I ain't got to hit it hard. I'd like to call to order the College Park Business and Industrial Development Authority meeting for June 11th. Before we start, I wanted to ask Josie Whitehead to do the prayer. If you would do that, you can go to this. Yeah.
Check, check. Okay, perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Josie Whitehead, and first I would like to thank Dr. Sabrina Willis for nominating me to come up here today and usher us into prayer tonight as we are handling holy matters, being leaders in a time as this for the city of College Park. Peyton? I will also, given the opportunity to shine myself, would like to shine some light on Peyton Willis, who is a youth member in the city of College Park. I believe that anytime you have the opportunity to stand and shine, that you bring someone else with you. So you want to introduce us and get into the prayer? You got it.
My name is Peyton Willis. I'm the granddaughter of Rex and Sabrina Willis. I'm very proud to be one of the grandchildren, and I'm just so excited for this meeting, and hopefully it goes smoothly. And now can everyone bow their heads for the word of prayer?
I just want to procedure question, attorney, the chair, should those doors be open?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. And now we can continue. If everyone could bow their heads. Thank you so much. Father in heaven, in the name of Jesus, we stand before you today, gathered due to the grace in which you have afforded us all as individuals and as a collective body, Lord God. We stand before you today and pray that our hearts be turned over to truth, not just our own truths that we stand on internally, but that we stand upon the truth that is in your word, Lord God. Lord, we pray that as we meet on the day in which you have provided and that you have graced us with, that we speak with love, grace, honesty, and gentle words towards our peers and community colleagues. We stand here today on behalf of the ones who cannot stand for themselves, and we take the opportunity that you have graced us with honor, but most importantly, humility. For we are to do a humble work within this city that we call College Park and that many of us call home. We pray for humble hearts, selfish agendas to be put to rest, unity among all four wards, Lord God, knowledge for the Holy Spirit to make sound decisions as a body, Heavenly Father, and we pray to be united under one name, your name, Yahweh. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Thank you all so much, and thank you once again, Dr. Sabrina Willis, for having me. I love you so much, and God bless everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a roll call. Hannah, lead us in that.
Chair Dr. Sabrina Willis.
Present.
Vice Chair Tracy Wyatt.
Present.
Secretary Dr. Lethea Williams.
Present.
Ms. Salisa Jefferson.
Salisa Jefferson, President, Ward 4 appointee.
Ms. Lisa Parker.
Present.
Mayor Motley Broom.
Present.
And Mayor Pro Tem McKenzie.
Present.
Okay, thank you. And if we have guests, I would like for them to introduce themselves also. I'd like to start on the right side of the room. Any guests? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Next.
I was visiting, I received the newsletter and I saw that we have a meeting today, and I missed the one on Monday at the same video. So I just want to call and find out what's going on. I didn't have any personal role, and my daughter, she wanted to know what's going on.
Well, thank you. Welcome.
It's my son,
Welcome. Thank you.
Good evening, Aziz Kanani, owner of Home Peaceful on Convention Center.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gabriel Bass, Director of Community Outreach with Illinois Community Commission.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caleb Granda. I am the Protein Kids intern.
Thank you.
My name is Mario Malcolm. I am Director of Business Development and Public Relations for the Granville Law.
Thank you.
Pastor Craig Wallace, Pastor of Church of Glen.
Thank you. Okay. Around the table. Got it, got everybody? Okay.
People at the table. You have to. The other people at the table, the non-board members at the table.
Oh, non-public, at the table. Yes, okay, okay, you can go ahead, Ben.
Do you want to go first? Sorry.
Hi, my name is Holly Rodriguez. I am a resident of Ward 1. I also run the community garden and tech center at Brady.
Welcome.
Ben Crespi with PMG, and joining me is Lowell Plotkin on Zoom, who's our general counsel.
Thank you, welcome.
Lindell Miller, City Manager.
Thank you. Welcome. Anybody else?
Hannah Adiogan, Program Assistant for Economic Development.
Thank you.
Keith Garcia, Program Manager for Economic Development.
Brian Hooker, Executive Director of BIDA.
Thank you.
Tanya Wiley, BIDA attorney.
Well, thank you, everyone. We'll now go for the approval of the agenda. Any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, so I have a question. The agenda appears to be changing. I noticed it at our last meeting and this meeting. In our bylaws, we have specific categories that must be listed on our agenda. Now, at the meetings, we can make the vote to change that, but this agenda is supposed to have every category. One of the categories that's missing is other issues, and it's also missing the title for executive session. I just want us to be very cognizant that this BIDA meeting is a public meeting, and we have to keep the public as priority. So when we make changes to these categories in the agenda, because we're not adhering to what is currently in our charter and our bylaws, we don't want to seem indifferent to making these changes. So I don't know where the changes are coming about, but we would need to add in other issues and then add in the category for executive session, because it's not here.
Okay, so,
Yes.
I'm okay with that one. I gotta hit something quite good. We don't have any executive sessions. We have to list it.
I have no items for executive session for the board tonight, and that may be a reason that is not on the agenda. So that may be a consideration. If you adopt the agenda with it on there, you're going to end up removing it. So since we don't have any, maybe this time we can not have it this time, and we'll get with you, Madam Board Member, to make sure that these agendas are handled or presented in a manner that you are referencing. But I do not have anything for the board for executive session this evening. Okay.
okay.
So I would like to add other issues. It normally, it's after the economic development report. Well, actually, because I guess we have a financial report, if you would like, you can place it as 9C.
9A.
I'm sorry, 9B. Sorry, 9B. I was looking at number 10.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
the request from our presenter, PMG.
I can't hear you.
The request from our presenter regarding their need to go earlier.
Yes, and the other, Ben Crespi, we want to move him up. He has a flight to catch in the morning, so we want to move him up at the beginning of the meeting. I'd like to move him up after the approval of the minutes, if that's okay.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I have a question. PMG has an amendment. That's supposed to be discussed in executive session. That's their.
Not required.
So there is no particular items to discuss right now in executive session that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And the amendment, I'm not sure if it's in your packages. It's your pleasure, though. If you want to go into executive session to discuss that, we can. I know that there was a review, a presentation, and you can discuss it in executive session. You just don't have to discuss it in executive session. That's the law. So it will be up to the body as a whole to determine whether or not they want to talk about the amendment in executive session, but it's not a mandate that it has to be discussed in executive session.
Okay, so maybe I just need clarification. So when we say we're exiting regular session to enter into executive session to discuss real estate and legal matters, that's not pertinent to the public, so how do we?
So under Georgia law, everything that's discussed in closed session can be discussed in public session too. The decision to go into closed session to discuss those limited matters that are identified in the Georgia Open Meetings Act, real estate, property acquisition, personnel, litigation, you make that decision as a body to go into executive session to just talk about those things. There is nothing in the law, however, that prohibits this body from discussing any or all of those things in the public session if that's the will of the body. So executive session is an option that's available to go into closed session under circumstances. It's not a mandate that those things be discussed in executive session.
Okay, so maybe we should, I don't know if we need to establish a precedent, because how do we go forward? We've always discussed purchase and sale contracts in executive session.
Okay.
So does there need to be a motion that we're creating a precedent and we're changing this?
Well, I'm going to defer to the executive director because I think he shepherded this particular item, and defer to you as to why it's on the agenda in the form that it is, and as opposed to an executive session.
Thank you. Yes, and board members, we looked at what was being discussed and determined that it does not give away negotiating secrets or do anything that really demands the typical confidentiality of a brand new real estate deal or something of that nature. So we propose that for the sake of transparency, you discuss it in open session. If it's the will of the body that you'd rather not discuss it in open session, that's fine too.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna just keep it? Okay, we're gonna leave it right there then. We're gonna do the approval of the minutes.
Madam Chair.
Oh, approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
In other business, I'd like to have a discussion regarding workforce development.
Workforce, okay.
So I think that would be 9C then? Is that a separate topic, or would it be under other issues, Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, it's other issues.
Just make it 9C. Okay. Okay, a motion to approve the agenda with the changes.
I'm sorry, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second. I said so, yeah,
Okay.
Mayor,
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. It was motion by Solicitor Jefferson and seconded by the mayor. Okay, we got it. Mayor Motley Brown. Okay. Next we have the approval of the minutes.
So move.
We have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chair, who's second on that motion, please?
Who's second? Who's somebody second? Do we have a second?
Recall the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Okay, so Lisa Jefferson moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Lisa Parker. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll go to the next thing, amendment. No, we're gonna go to Creed. Ben, you're gonna go to the front.
Thank you for inviting me back for an opportunity to meet again with you guys. Always enjoy coming down here. So I thought it would be helpful to kind of recap how we got here and where we're at and where we are today. So a quick recap, several months ago, I forget exactly how long, we were approached directly, PMG was approached by some members of the community with questions about the site plan, density, and product type for sale versus rental. At that time, we didn't feel PMG, we didn't feel it would be appropriate to come into your town to schedule community meetings without you in tow. And so we brought the issue to you all, and I think collectively we agreed it would be helpful to have some meetings with the community. And that's exactly what we did. We actually had 4 meetings with the community. And what did we learn from these community meetings? What was the outtake? There was a desire from multiple folks, and we have all the boards, for lower density, so more townhomes, less multifamily than what we proposed. There was also a very strong desire for more for sale homes that were attainable. We were unaware of this, but apparently 75% of the housing stock in College Park is rental, 25% is for sale. Adding from our original plan, adding 500 more additional rental instead of townhomes didn't seem like a great idea. Other comments we heard on our presentation were more public amenities like walking trails, indoor and outdoor gathering spaces, pedestrian pathways, and I didn't include it on here, but we can talk about it. Also, some connection across the river to the north, to the communities to the north, to help promote connectivity amongst the neighborhoods. And then lastly, retaining the Brady Center. I don't know if anyone has anything to add of other things we learned, or if I can move on. Very good. So why are we here tonight, and what are the goals, right? From my perspective, I think there are 3 things that we want to accomplish. 1, we want to address what we heard from the community from these 4 meetings. 2, we want to address and make sure that our financial commitments, PMG's financial commitments to BIDA, are met and retained. And then thirdly, we want to get started on this project this year. When I was here a month or 2 ago, I said we want to move dirt by the end of this year, and we're still on track to do that. So these are the 3 goals that I thought we can accomplish collectively together. So to start that, the purchase and sale agreement that we have executed with you is for $4.2 million. And that was, what? What did I say? Oh, 14.2, joking. Yeah, the purchase contract's 14.2 million for 900 units. That equates to a little under 16,000 per door. Any questions? Or Move on. Oh, wait. The laser's not working. Back. There we go. So here's where we ran into a little conundrum, if you must, or kerfuffle, whatever word you want. If we did all townhomes and we did 400, well, at 400 units at 16,000 a door, the land's only worth 6.3 million. That's a $8 million haircut to the city if we did that, right? If we did 650 units, the land would be worth 10.3 million. Again, that would be a $4 million reduction in purchase price if we went down that route. So the conflict is if we lower density to address some of the concerns, well then the land value is decreased. So what do we do? Next slide, what do we do? Oh wait, thank you, whoever did that. So we looked at a lot of options, and rather than going through all the scenarios, what we thought would be appropriate is to do a phase closing. It accomplishes a few things. One, our phase one, and I'll get into the site plan after this, it calls for approximately 300 for-sale homes to be started initially. When we proposed to you, it was initially 200. So right off the bat, the first concern we heard from the community, more for sale. We're increasing that by 50%. We're proposing that, and at $16,000 a door, that comes out to phase one of 10.2 million. We also plan to have a second closing with you for additional units, an additional 250 units. And that closing would be for $4 million. So in total, we are still trying to address the needs of the community, what we heard. We also want to address our financial obligations to you. And so what we're proposing still is the same dollar amount to you. And furthermore, I think when we proposed initially to you, we were under the impression there'd be 2 million square feet of commercial going on. That was what was in the RFP, and that's how we derived and backed into our high density. That commercial was not happening for a little while. So what we noticed was if we phased it, this approach would give time for the commercial development to proceed on the other part of 6 West. It would also allow the first 650 units to be absorbed into the market to create value and to really drive future sales. Next slide, thank you. So here's a site plan I don't think we've shown you yet. You'll see we showed 2 phases. In the first phase, we have 25 single-family homes, 275 townhomes, and 350 multifamily. Townhomes are much lower density than multifamily. So if we wanted to address having more for-sale homes, the multifamily had to decrease, and it did. So we decreased multifamily, and we increased the for-sale to 300. Our first phase, which I wish this laser pointer was working, as you can see, is everything to the west and south, the dividing line here. Now, some nuances that we learned from our meeting with the Brady Center, I think is very critical at the moment. Sorry. Is that better? So some design features that we're looking at that may not jump out at you. We understand and recognize the importance of the Brady Center, and we're not proposing to move it. What we're actually looking to do is to enhance it. As you can see on the site plan, we've wrapped the Brady Center with, who has it? Thank you. So we've wrapped the Brady Center with greenery, 270 degrees around it. We still have to have parking down here. But by placing an outdoor amphitheater here adjacent to the Brady, it really opens up what the Brady can do programmatically. If they have summer camp, you can do outdoor programming in the amphitheater. You can do outdoor concert series, live theater. One of the comments we heard from the community was outdoor farmers markets or outdoor art festivals, basically a gathering space. So we put a public gathering space here, right next to the Brady, to give Brady programmatic optionality. It's a big green space, have fun with it. I don't have the dimensions. And it's not on this side plan, but it will be. We're proposing 3 bridges to cross over the river here, 1, 2, 3, to connect the neighborhoods. We're also gonna have walking trails throughout the whole facility or the development. And we've added green spaces here, here. This is one big continuous green space that also continues to here. And we have a little greenery here as well. So we try to address what the community want with more for sale homes. We did not want to reduce our financial obligations to BIDA. We're still looking to pay the same amount. We're looking to, but because the commercial is not there, we're looking to work with you and have a 2-phase closing so that this large development has a chance to mature. And then when this is complete, we jump into this area here. Any questions?
I do.
Yep.
So if you're waiting for phase 1 to mature before you begin phase 2, what's the time frame you're looking at for that maturity before you begin phase 2?
So I think it's 2 things, right? It's the sooner of, we would want to start phase 2 when the commercial starts, or no later than when the commercial starts, or if these are selling very aggressively, these are the townhomes here, we're going to jump right into it. So we're proposing a backstop that our phase 2 will start no later than when the commercial starts on outside of here, a part of the 6 West, because that's going to drive the demand. Right now, without that commercial, just to jump into 900 units is very speculative, but we're comfortable at 650. And we can also put an outside date on when that is too.
For the stenographer, this is Dr. Williams. I'm sorry about that. I'm the person who asked the question prior. So I have another question, follow-up.
I love questions.
God forbid, that the commercial development takes way longer than we all intend. As well as phase 1, it's slow. The rental is slow, the sales are slow. What happens then to phase 2?
We would start it within, I think, 24 months of the completion of phase 1. No later than 24 months.
Okay, anyone else with a question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson.
Thank you, Ben. So I like the fact that due to the fact that you have to pivot due to lowering the number of units, but I like the fact that you did listen to the community and you still tried to, in best shape form, try to appease some amenities within the community. Because my worry was having all this housing and it being just a fishbowl and no one has anything to do. So I'm glad to see that you did include that. My next concern is, and I like the fact of the phase out because majority of developers are doing that. And due to the fact that we have that opportunity for that commercial build out, I think that this residential will be a catalyst to bring in more of commercial mixed use business. So I like the phase out idea. Thirdly, we had discussed, you in your previous presentation, you had mentioned about, attainable housing. We know that housing is really no longer affordable, but we can create programs to make it attainable. College Park has suffered a lot with displacement, and housing is so critical at this moment. So, but more attainable housing is critical. So how, if you can communicate, I wanted to know if those attainable programs are still viable for the for sale properties, And what percentage are you guys determining to make the attainable housing?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, we still believe that's important, and I think we can address it two ways. Off of site plan, I think you tack it two ways. One, we can work with the city and set up facilitators. A lot of first-time home buyers don't know all the programs and grants and subsidized loans. So we can set up facilitators and dedicate resources to help home buyers understand that there is resources out there to help subsidize and offset the cost of home ownership. And then secondly, what we propose, but I don't want to tell you what to do with your money, you could take some of the closing proceeds, set up a fund that could be used to subsidize housing purchases for families who lost their homes 30 years ago here. I think that's a discussion that we could have with the city in tangent. I don't think it impacts the design or anything. I think that's a really good idea. But we would set up facilitators and we would work with the city to see if you guys would be interested in setting up a grant with closing proceeds.
Understood. Now, as far as the multifamily, is that all going to be fair market value rent, or are you open to subsidy there?
Well, the challenge with subsidy is that if you do it at the federal level, you're dealing with the Fed, which I'm not sure we would be inclined to do in today's environment. And at the state level, we can work with you and look at different subsidies that could be available for it's all about what subsidy is available. The easiest is to use closing proceeds to do some type of offset on the for sale. On the rental, it's much more complicated because if you take state or federal money, you then kind of lose control of the project because whoever gives those funds now has jurisdictional authority, if you must, over the product.
Got it.
But we'd be happy to have follow-on meetings with you and brainstorm how we can help facilitate that and reduce the cost of home ownership.
Okay. And as you mentioned, your timeline, if you could just walk us through again what your proposed timeline, what are you starting? I know phase one, you have the arrow this way. Is this everything to the left?
Is that, yeah, so phase one is everything to the west of this black line.
Okay.
So it's all of.
Oh, so it's all of that. Okay,
It's
great.
all
Okay,
this.
so it's the majority. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a majority, the overwhelming majority of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else with I'm sorry. We have Motley Brew.
When you gave the quote of nearly 16,000 per door, is that reflective of all of the types of housing, or is that an average? Don't single family and townhomes have a greater value than an apartment?
Not necessarily, because while you might have a higher for sale price on the single family, you get a lot more densities and economies of scale with the multifamily. So for example, to build this building right here, which I believe is 100 units, this footprint right here is equal to all of this. So when you actually blend out the cost to deliver the asset, they're very similar.
Okay, anyone else with a question? Mr. Hooker?
If there are no more questions from the board, it's the attorney, Wiley, and I have been working with PMG on the PSA amendment that was proposed. And there are two things that are not in there that we've agreed to that we thought would be important to let you know. One, the security deposit. PMG, one of the things we wanted to do was make sure we were holding their feet to the fire regarding phase two. And so there's a $710,000 security deposit for the whole item. PMG has agreed to only take $200,000 of that to apply towards the 10.2 million first price, leaving $510,000 as security deposit that we will hold until they execute on phase two. So it's a stronger incentive to drive executing on phase two. And then the second item, like the attorney to mention, they've agreed about signs. So if Latanya, you would talk about that?
Yes, I think a lot of this board's faith in the project and relationship with Mr. Crespi, and the relationship he has formed with the community is unique. And to ensure that phase 1 and phase 2, we're dealing with the same partner who's standing before you today, they have agreed that they will not assign this project to any other developer without the prior written consent of this board. And that way you can have assurance that Mr. Crespi will be here throughout the entirety of the project.
Thank you, ma'am. And so one other thing you heard Ben mention is that from the phase 2 timing, we've agreed that it would happen no later than 24 months after the completion of phase 1, or no later than 12 months after a groundbreaking of the commercial property. Because again, the commercial was driving their valuation. Once we get the commercial going, we need the clock to start ticking for them to go to phase 2. So we've agreed to all of that. And we're here today following up with your vote at the March meeting on the schedule. The schedule required that by the end of May, PMG develop this plan, come back and bring it to you all as a board. We need you all to put your stamp of approval on it so that they can start investing real money in developing the detailed plans that will need to be submitted to the city for approval. Remember, that submission to the city is crucial to ending the due diligence period. So we want you all to adopt the plan. The second thing is you all authorized us to negotiate a PSA at that March meeting as well. But this change, this different takedown was a significant enough change, moving from one takedown of $14.2 million to a 10.2 and a 4, that we felt it was important to bring it back to you because we need your blessing on that takedown as well. So adopting the plan and blessing the takedown is what we were looking for from you today. You've already given us the authority, if you bless that takedown, to negotiate the rest of the purchase and sale amendment terms. And the attorney wanted to add something.
Okay. I was going to say the second part of the ask was that they wanted to reopen the due diligence period and begin looking at the title. I have spoken to our real estate attorney, title attorney, Michelle Rothmeyer, this morning to see if there were any big title issues initially, because I think it was ran back in September and there was a title commitment letter issued. I have no objection to opening it up. There were a few issues, but they can be resolved. And I don't know, I just want the board to know that the initial due diligence period was 90 days from the effective date of May 13th, 2024, when the initial agreement was reached. And of course, we know we had some intervening judicial proceedings in between that time, maybe in June, and so it was interrupted. It's not clear, what's the fair restart date, and so I don't think it is unusual or out of the norm to ask for that resetting of the due diligence period. And that would allow them to do their surveys and all of your soils testing and everything you need to do to get ready for development.
And we were, I'm sorry.
Hold on a second, Ben. Okay.
Hi, Tracy.
So, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but dragging out due diligence, as long as it don't close out, is that gonna drag out the closing date? Because he's had this project a long time. He had plenty of time to do due diligence. So it ain't like, I think we gave him more than adequate time to do due diligence. Now, I'm not fighting it.
No, I know.
But I'm just saying, it ain't like he ain't had time to do his due diligence.
And I think Mr. Crespi should answer your question and explain the basis for that request.
The
Mr. Vice Chair.
So I heard some of it, but in terms of due diligence as a whole, we're prepared to conclude our due diligence period. Once we submit our site plan, if you guys like it, we would like to submit the site plan for review. And once that site plan is reviewed, our due diligence is over. We have no more due diligence to be done on the site. I think a few months ago, we sent some title stuff that I think is clerical, like questions between the attorneys. But from a development standpoint, yes, Tracy, we've had it for a while. I have no more due diligence to do on the site. I was forwarded a list of things that were needed. We have the tree survey, we looked at utilities, we looked at grading, we've done some rough massing analysis and some earthwork. We have some civil design already done where we balanced it. We have preliminary pricing. We have contracts that we've solicited and are ready to jump into formal civil design. So I do not need any more due diligence time. My hope, again, I want to break ground this year. So I don't, and I don't think in what I propose in the amendment asks for more DD time.
It asks for to reopen the title examination period that's consumed within the title, within the due diligence period. And maybe given what you said, maybe you will be amenable to, if you want to do an amendment as to title issues, why don't we just specify what those 5 or 6 issues are?
Yeah.
And that's what we can address as opposed to reopening the entire thing.
Yeah. And I'm happy to.
Are you good to do that with that proposal?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my last question is, I want to know, the big question is, when are we gonna close? And I'm gonna move this thing. When is the closing date set for? Brian or Attorney, whoever.
November. We're closed. The schedule calls for us to close and break ground in November.
November, okay.
That's great.
We are still on track for that.
Correct.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Jefferson.
Okay. Just one last question that I thought about. So you're going to submit this site plan for review. Are you going to include any type of floor plans or aesthetic plans or?
For site plan approval, that's not needed.
I know, but I'm just saying. In your developmental agreement, are you going to come back or show any type of what the proposed?
I'm happy to share those once they're advanced, and
okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to be open book with you and show you where our thoughts are.
Got it.
In our initial proposal, I think we had a look and feel, and we'd be happy to sit down and show you and get input on what we think we like stylistically, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you.
Then, the gentleman that's on the phone, we'd like for him to, identify himself and.
Sure. I'll defer to Lowell if you're on.
Yes, Lowell Clark, I'm the General Counsel of PMG.
Can you say it again? We can't hear you.
Sure. Is this any better?
Eddie?
Ben, just tell us, can you repeat
It's
it?
Lowell Plotkin. He's general counsel. He handles all legal matters for the company. And he's been intimately involved in every document on this transaction since day one.
For the court report, can you just spell it? It's Eddie? Could you just say his name and then spell it for the court report, for the stenographer? Spell his name.
Lowell Plotkin. And he's general counsel for PMG. Oh, sure. Lowell Plotkin. Yeah. And Lowell and I collaborate and coordinate multiple times throughout the week on this transaction.
I think he's Madam Chair, the counselor is here if any member has a question directly to the general counsel for PMG.
Any questions?
He made them available.
Okay, that's good. No questions.
No more questions?
It'll be good, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me back. And I really do enjoy working with you all. I'm glad we were able to do and get to a good place. And again, just in closing, we don't make money until we start building and developing. We are a for-profit group, to be very transparent. We want to break ground this year and move forward as soon as possible. And we have our civil engineering calling us ready to start. They want to start tomorrow on the design. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, Brian, do you have a motion or anything that you need us, the board to consider?
Yes, I'd like the board to consider accepting the site plan from P&G as presented and endorsing the negotiation of a purchase and sale agreement amendment that considers the phase takedown of 10.2 million for phase 1 and 4 million for phase 2, with the security deposit 200,000 being credited towards phase 1 and the remaining 510,000 will be held until phase 2 is delivered.
I'd like to make
And
a
also-
motion.
I'm sorry. And also to the amendment to add that there will be no assignment of the contract. That will be the part of the amendment that the developer will not be able to assign the contract to anyone else other than without the express consent of this board, and that the title issues are limited to the 6 or 7 issues that were previously raised. There will be no reopening of the due diligence period. And I think that was it, Brian. Did I catch everything that we talked about?
Yes.
So if I'll add that to your request.
I will
for an amendment.
revise my motion to include everything that Attorney Wiley said that I cannot repeat.
So we have a motion.
You call for the motion? Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Vice Chair Tracy Wyatt. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I have a family engagement I got to jump on a plane for, so thank you for moving me up. I appreciate
You're
it.
quite welcome.
Okay, all right,
Thank
take care.
you.
Bye.
Okay, next we have amendment to the Code of Conduct. I think we have attorney.
So hopefully third time's, maybe this is the second time, so, and not the third. And we won't get to the third time's a charm. Madam Mayor raised some excellent questions initially about having definitions for clarity. I undertook the initial attempt to just pull out key terms. Not every term is defined. I brought that to you all at last month's meeting. And I went back to the drawing board at the mayor's request to be more inclusive of City of College Park's information and to find additional definitions. I endeavored to do that, and I hope I succeeded. And I'll turn it over to, is there a motion to approve it, or are there any questions?
So moved.
Yay.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Jefferson. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Gotta have some
Discussion. So I had a couple of questions while I was reading it. And I wanted, the first one is the gift amounts, not necessarily monetary, but did we as a board agree on whether or not we're gonna set a limit on gifts that members of this board can accept? Can we accept gifts? If so, what's the monetary amount? Or we're just not going to accept gifts from anyone? So that's my question. Did we ever come to a consensus on that?
I don't know what the City of College Park. I'm not sure if the city has a limit, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
The ethics ordinance says can't accept anything more than $100.
So I don't think this body has adopted that, but if that is your wish to amend the motion to add that in there, we can certainly do that.
I'd like to put it out there for consideration so that we're clear ethically on how we're expected to behave. So if anyone would like to back me up on that, or if you disagree, please say so. So we can either move forward.
Mayor?
Madam Secretary, I would support alignment with the city's policy on that. So if that were, I would accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion if you were so inclined.
I'd like to add on, Madam Chair, also, I believe that any gift that we receive, even if it's under $100, we should disclose. So maybe we can accept it without having to get the permission of the board up to 100, but we still need to disclose those gifts.
Okay. All right, Mayor.
So that would include, like, if somebody gives you a T-shirt or a squeegee ball. I mean, I'm just saying that.
You can say that I received gifts, that's all, you know.
It's acknowledgement of a gift.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So what would be the process for that?
Basically, when a vote comes to the board, if there's an organization that you've received anything from, you should just disclose it at that time, that's all. That's transparency.
And for clarification, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you're not suggesting that if an organization does not have business for this body,
right,
and someone receives something like a gift bag or T-shirt because they went to a race, a benefit, that has to be disclosed. But if that organization came before this body, you're asking for it, regardless of the amount, that there should be disclosure.
Well, just to say, you know, and again, only something that we're voting on. If it's something that we're voting on, and just to say you just say I've received a gift. That's all. Just want to disclose.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Jefferson.
I have a question then. Does the order gifts is such a broad statement. Does that include donations, and does that include, like, it's so broad? So how do you quantify? I understand what the city's policy is, but that category is just broad. It's very vague.
Madam Chair, wait.
Yes,
My thought is, a gift is a gift. And, you know, for some person, somebody might sell their soul for $25. Another person may sell their soul for $100 million. So if we're saying accepting, if that is going, either we remove it, but if we're saying that a conflict of interest could be accepting a gift, I don't think that a specific number should be applied. Again, we can say, you know, if it's over 100, maybe you need to say what that amount was. But a gift, you know, it's all relevant to the person who received the gift. Somebody might vote a certain way because they received a pencil.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
So the definition that's outlined in Attorney Wiley's draft is any gratuity, favor, hospitality, or benefit that may reasonably be construed as intended to influence official duties. I don't know that it's reasonable to think a pencil would influence official duties. It seems that, but I do like the idea of aligning with what the city has in the ethics ordinance, so we can have some clearly defined guidelines. The definition as it is in OCGA 45-10-3 seems a little vague. I will say that in being in elected office, I get lots of tchotchkes. Lots of, I mean, I don't know that I'll ever need to buy a key ring again. And so I don't want this to be a gotcha for the members of this board on something that just doesn't necessarily need to be a gotcha. Because I just think if I had to document every stress ball and keychain that I received, and if I missed it because someone comes 4 months later, I don't want anyone to be in that position. But I do think it's reasonable for us to report gifts over a certain dollar amount. If it needs to be lower, that's fine too. If it's $50, that's fine. 50, 75. But I don't know that every stress ball and keychain needs to be reported.
Madam Chair?
You need a stress ball? Okay, all right.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a clarification, the wording here says accepting gifts, favors, services, or benefits that could influence decision-making. And that's where I say that it's up to the individual. For one person, something can mean something different to another person. I am not suggesting that we tell every single gift that we got, but just making a statement saying, I just wanted to disclose that I have received a gift. That's all. Doesn't have to be a list, and especially if you think that it's something that could be perceived as influencing your decision. So I think I think that it's up to each individual, but in terms of putting that out there, that's what I'm saying. So what influences me may not influence you. But if we're trying to be transparent and we're looking at taking on a code of conduct that says gifts, we should apply that to it.
And, yeah, I'll turn around.
Madam Chair, I think the discussion, and Madam Mayor Pro Tem said the perception, what we're talking about, we know that an actual conflict of interest would be if someone paid you money to vote a certain way. That's an actual, that's a crime, but it's also an actual conflict because that direct payment is influencing your vote. What we are talking about in this discussion is perceptions or perceived conflicts of interest. Those are a little more, those instances are a little more fuzzy and it's like, and you know it when you see it type of thing and when you feel it. So perceived conflicts of interest are just as important as actual conflicts of interest. And the reasonableness comes into play. Would a reasonable person look at that transaction and say that that transaction influenced that person's vote? So it's a standard of reasonableness, and as opposed to a person who may sell their soul for $20 versus someone who would never sell their soul for any amount of money, right? So all of that is going to be based on the standard of reasonableness as opposed to the individual standard, the individual set standards for themselves. So I want to take it out of you all, the people who are receiving the gift, and just put it in the area of reasonableness. And that is a more standard that you just kind of know what's reasonable and not what's reasonable. So I just will add that as clarification to the perception of a conflict. That's what we're talking about here.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Jefferson.
So I concur with Mayor Pro Tem McKenzie. Like I said, it's very ambiguous, but I think that because we have defined the ethic, now let's put a process behind it. For disclosure, we don't have a timeline if it's 30 days upon receipt or if it's, if a form needs to be, like we don't have that protocol process. So I think that the wording for the ethic conduct is fine, but I think we need to take this a step further in aligning with the city's policy, but also what's going to be the process. Because as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, people's perspectives and their perception on what was considered a gift or considered a donation or considered, we just can't leave it in the air. Reasoning of the board member, I think.
And I want to make certain that we exclude campaign donations because every campaign donation, unless it's a certain, those are disclosed publicly. I don't want to get into the business of trying to determine whether a campaign violation has occurred. That's something that happens downtown in the Georgia State Transparency and Commission. And so that's something you all should talk about, but I want to make sure that every time someone gives a member of one of these elected officials a donation, that they have to come back and disclose it. And also, if someone could give a donation, you really don't know that they're the actual owner of an LLC or something. So it just puts an incredible burden, I think. But I think it's all of this, these policies only work if they're followed in good faith and everyone makes an earnest attempt to adhere to them. And that's all that's required. That's all we can ask, is that you make an earnest, good faith attempt to comply with these rules and disclosure.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
I'm on. That doesn't sound quite right to me. we want to report a $10 gift or a T-shirt as a violation or had exposed, but we don't want to expose a 5,000 gift to a person running for office. That doesn't
No.
sound right to me.
What I'm saying is a disclosure. So when an issue comes up, if a donor who's made $5,000 donation to someone, that person then can determine and disclose and decide they want to have they want to recuse themselves because of that for the appearance. But the fact that they will have to come every time it's done and disclose it to this body without having something before you, I just didn't want that to be the perception that you were going to have folks who have to come and make those declarations every time. I think the law is, when you're elected or appointed to an office, the people who donate to your campaign are going to come before you on matters. That is true. That's just the nature of the beast. And so the members of council don't have to recuse themselves every time someone who donated to their campaign comes for an action before the body. And the only thing I was trying to suggest, Mr. Vice Chairman, is let's consider how far you want to go down the road with that. And certainly if you want to put this in here, it's a requirement, but I just wanted to make sure and clarify that before we left the room tonight.
So I kind of agree with what they're saying. I don't have a problem with report. I guess the part I'm confused about, you want the board to report $10, but you don't want council or anybody running for office to report $5,000.
No, sir, I'm not of the opinion that you should report. That's on the motion. That's for you all to decide, that policy decision. My belief is based on what's in the law that I proposed to you. And then the discussions are, is it gonna be $100 or $10? So that's on the floor for debate. That hasn't been I have not voiced an opinion on that, sir.
Yes, Mayor.
Well, I do think that our campaign disclosures are subject to open records laws. Maybe it makes more sense, though, Mr. Vice Chair, if the people appearing before us have to disclose if they've made contributions to anyone on the board.
That's required in zoning, like in zoning actions. That's a requirement. The applicants for rezoning have to state that. So we can put that as part of our process when people are coming for business and put that as one of the elements before they can come before you.
All right, no matter that much, so I'm fine with that. That's
okay. Doctor, you have something else to say?
Yes, I don't know how we're doing this, but on packet page 21, under decisions and sanctions, item number 2, a decision requires a majority vote of the members present at a properly noticed meeting. I think we should stick with, at least my opinion is, it requires 4 votes if we're all here to get something. I think we should be standard, consistent with that. So
it would be a quorum, yes. Just a quorum of 4. Decision requires a vote of a quorum, which is, okay, a minimum of a quorum. I can stay
consistent.
If y'all are okay with that, yes.
Okay.
So I want to go back to what Member Jefferson said regarding what's the process. And so would it be beneficial if we added a form to our code of conduct? So you can disclose as well as if there's an option to put how much the value of the gift is and just keep it simple. It doesn't have to be any huge process, but a simple form outlining the simple details of it.
I think that's something that the executive director and his staff can work on getting such a form, and I can help with the substantive part if you like. And that can be just a general part of if you're going to come to the board with a development request or something that you disclose whether or not you have given anything of value to the board members and who it is and the amount. But that would be an administrative task that you can direct your executive director to handle.
Okay. You have something to say, Mr. Hooker?
Can I continue now?
Yes, Dr. Williams.
So I wanted to ask Attorney Wiley about the court filing location. And I'm asking because I live in Fulton County and
full-
you had Clayton County. So I wanted to know, is there a reason?
No, it was an error on my part. I
Okay.
don't know why I was thinking about Clayton County, but on page 22, that should be Fulton County. That's the jurisdiction of this board, and that's where any petitions will be filed.
So, Madam Chair, I'm not so sure about that. Can we double check that? I think we're actually in Clayton County, most of this convention, so have you checked that?
Well, when the city is sued, normally the lawsuits go into
Yeah,
Fulton
but-
County. Well, why don't I do this in this, on page 22?
just check.
Filed in the superior, in the appropriate superior court. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, so whenever we do validation filings, we have to file them in Fulton County. And so
Okay.
part of us is in Clayton, this building's in Clayton.
That's what I thought.
But if College Park's to be sued or sue, it does it in Fulton County.
It's in Fulton.
BIDA's official address is City Hall.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we knew this was in Clayton County. That's fine. Okay.
Mr. Do you have anything else to say?
still wanna
Okay.
pick it out.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make acknowledge, we have some new people that came in after we did our roll call, so we may want to add their names to the
Don't say
guests.
anybody new.
No, they were here.
They was
We're
here?
here?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize.
I think we didn't get yours. Yes, you did. We got yours.
Yeah,
We got
that was it.
everybody.
To get to Board Member Jefferson's point, I came in late.
Yeah,
So I'm the one.
we was looking for you.
Madam Chair, in taking the vice chairs, and good point, if the board would be amenable, just say the appeal shall be filed in Superior Court pursuant to, because, and just leave out the exact jurisdiction, we'll deal with that. I think so if y'all are agreeable to that. And whoever's going to appeal, they need to figure that out. They need to figure that out, but just so we can have some certainty tonight, we can take that out.
Okay,
And then the last one.
okay, Dr. Williams.
All right. On packet page 33, I wanted to talk about the perceived conflict of interest. The example you gave it's pretty simple, right? So I wanted to know, does it matter the position of the person employed by the company? For example, a managing director or a manager as opposed to a worker drone. So would it be important to put the type of position? Because say, for example, I am a clerk. Would that be an influence versus, say, a managing director?
Yes, great question, and yes, it would matter in that instance. So this example, as I said, this is just an example just to get the conversation going about what it will look like. For all of the perceived conflicts of interest, they're going to be decided on a case-by-case basis. There is no way we can anticipate what will be a perceived conflict of interest. In your example, Dr. Williams, if your sibling was a file clerk, no reasonable person could look at that as being a perceived conflict of interest. No reasonable person would do that. I know I used to have, family members, who is this reasonable person? When I went to law school, everything was the reasonable person standard, the reasonable man. No one knows who the reasonable man is, right? Not a man. So the best way I can describe it is you kind of know it when you see it, and you know it when you feel it. So no reasonable person could, in that instance, and in your example, deem you to have a conflict of interest based on your sibling who's a file clerk in a company that's coming before the body. So any example that I give as to the perceived conflict of interest is going to be always based upon, is it reasonable? Would a reasonable person look at that and say that? So the specific examples are really irrelevant for perceived conflicts of interest. You just would know it when you see it. Just like the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court said about pornography, right? They can't tell you what the definition is. You just know it when you see it. And that's the same thing with perceived conflict of interest, in my mind.
Okay. So.
Last one.
One more thing.
Last one. Package page 22. I'm not against, I just want to make sure about it. Package page 22, section 9, item number 5. I don't know, you know, nobody knows the personal financial disposition of the members of the board. It just kind of stuck out to me a little bit, but I'm not here to fight it, or I'm just to make sure everybody know that just don't know if we should be. I don't know. I just don't. Something about that don't feel right, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna follow my sword on it. Something about that just don't feel right for a person who just may be struggling and can't afford $500. I know it said up to not to exceed 500, but per offense, and I'm not sure. 2 offense, they try at the same time, that's $1,000 perhaps. It's a lot of money for some of us. But I just wanted to bring it to the board attention, that's all.
Okay, Mayor, you have another question?
No, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, he covered what I was gonna say.
Got it.
And as y'all can see, Madam Chair, if I may, these sanctions, you can see they're getting progressively worse as you go down. And so it's up to this board. That's a policy decision as to whether you want to have this, if you do want to have it, what the amount is. And this was just put here as a standard. I've seen that in other jurisdictions, but you all are free to remove it, amend it, revise it as you deem fit.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that the purpose of these sanctions for violations are to encourage, maybe not the current members, we might have a great board here, but future members to abide by our standards of conduct. And removing a fine or making it something that's easy, to me, makes it easier for persons to violate, especially since Attorney Wiley is saying that this is progressive. So if we've already given you a verbal warning in private, then a written warning, a public reprimand, a public censure, and you're still doing stuff, where does it stop? So there needs to be enough teeth in the fine that it will discourage this behavior from continuing. If I can't afford $500, that means I can't afford to keep acting up in behavior on this board.
That's correct, okay. So Attorney Wiley, we can go ahead and go along with the vote.
I think there was a motion. There's a motion on the floor, and there was this in the discussion to the definition of gifts, to put $100. I don't know if that was settled, what the amount should be, and that was on the floor. So I didn't know, and I think, no, Madam Mayor, you amended yours, you revised yours.
$100 to disclosure.
Okay.
I didn't accept the disclosure as a friendly amendment. I accepted the $100 as a friendly amendment. I'm a little unclear about the disclosure. But I'm open to accepting it as a friendly amendment. But can we do it in a nutshell?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Jefferson.
Attorney Wiley, what is the standard under the Georgia Opens Meetings Act for acceptance of gifts, donations, and violations? What is that standard?
So if you look on page 32, that definition is Georgia, from the Georgia Code. And as you can see, that's verbatim, and they did not put a standard at all. You all can certainly be stricter, have a stricter requirement for you. You don't have to be as general and broad as the states.
But let's just talk about campaign, and I want to move this on, but on campaign disclosure, I think anything under $100, you don't have to list.
Yeah,
so I think that's kind of where I was trying to go, but I don't care either way. I'm not.
Yeah, that's why
I'm not here to fight that fight.
Exactly. No, that's why I was saying I think that the definition of gifts needs to be expounded so that, because what the city has as a gift is, it's not inclusive of other types of gifts. So, with the $100 minimum.
And I think so. I think the directive, it wasn't a formal motion, was to ask the executive director, his office, to come up with a form and put the onus on the applicant to make those disclosures. Now that I remember that, Madam Mayor. So I don't know if that's going to be you want to amend your motion to include that instruction?
So,
Wait a minute.
I don't necessarily like that, I'm not gonna fight it. But
You don't-
put the
what would
onus
you- what
totally
don't
upon
you-
the person making the donation, we're responsible. So I just don't know we should be getting off the hook and say, well, developer didn't say it, so I don't like that at all. But I'm not here to fight. I just think that's, Mayor Pro Tem was saying, hold us accountable, that's taking us completely off the hook. So I don't like that.
Well, and that was not part of the amendment, so that wouldn't be, I was just trying to clarify. The motion did not include that.
Okay, gotcha.
Y'all didn't resolve that issue, and it sounds like maybe that's for another day, I'm not certain.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna.
So what's the
clean it.
motion?
Yeah, what's the, that's what I'm, yeah. We're gonna clean it up.
The motion that I, was to approve the definitions, the amended definitions, with the revision on page 32 to put a $100 limit on benefits, on any gifts or benefits that are given. And I have and not disclose, but I'm not gonna put disclose because disclose was not part of the motion. But I thought you accepted the $100 limit for, and that's it.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's the amendment, and on page 22, I removed Clayton County and just said the decision shall be filed in the Superior Court pursuant to the petition for judicial review process, and that is the motion, as I understand it.
And a quorum.
And the quorum, yes, and that, the quorum.
Yeah, okay. No, it just says we're talking about people.
It didn't.
The form.
Did say that the disclosure.
The executive director's part, what?
Add the form.
The executive director to include a form.
Or applicant disclosure.
Yeah.
So that I didn't think that made it to the motion.
It did it or didn't? The form, no form.
For the applicant to make a disclosure? Is that, I don't have a problem with that. We can add that to the motion.
That's what you said you did.
Okay, that's fine. No, it's my different, yeah, I'm good with that.
Mr. Hooker?
Recommended form, we have, excuse me,
Okay, Mr. Hooker.
we have the bidding or purchasing SOPs that we give to purchasers who are interested in coming to us. We just added to that. We didn't require that they do that disclosure.
Okay, so do we need to re-vote or just?
The mayor has adopted that in her motion's amendment, and we have an amended second to her. Okay. Now it's ready for the vote.
Okay, we did, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
And members of the board, I just want to honor you all for being so thoughtful to your code of conduct and your ethical responsibilities. And you all have spent a lot of time on this and have sent me back to the drawing board. And I just want to say that's just very commendable for y'all to be so thoughtful as to this particular issue.
Thank you. Next, we have the consideration of our August 13th, 5 p.m. training session. Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have been talking about board training for a while, and at our last meeting, we discussed several different options and disclosed that we would seek to have our first training session and see how it works out at our August 13th board meeting at 5 p.m. In my next report, we'll be talking about what the topic might be there. But in consideration of that, we said, well, why not have the board just simply adopt that date instead of having the chair have to do a special called meeting? So we just wanted to bring it to you and ask you as a board to vote on having the training work session at 5 p.m. on August the 13th prior to your board meeting.
All right, do we have a motion?
I think we discussed it, so I'll motion.
Motion by Vice Chair Wyatt. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Motley Broom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. Next, we have number 6, the GIC Arena Golf Course Report. Yes, please, go to the front.
All right, good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Ricky Vanderval. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing for our campus. And everyone should have an overview of the events that we've had and upcoming events, but I'll be glad to go over them just very quickly. So May was a very busy month for our campus. We hosted lots of graduations, including South Fulton at the arena. A first-time event for us was SCAD. That was about 2,500 attendees for SCAD's graduation. We also hosted Spelman, as well as Clayton County here and Woodward Academy. And we had a couple of jiu-jitsu tournaments. Upcoming in June, we just had Fashion Fest. We had a large prayer service, and that was about 1,500 people. We have the pedestrian bridge dedication coming up June 17th. And then we have a powerlifting nationals. These people are actually placing before they go to the Olympics, so we're really excited about that, or Olympic hopefuls, I should say. July, we have a lot of things going on as well in the arena. We have Hoop Scene, which is a almost 2-week-long basketball competition. We have Boys to Men conference at the arena. We have Smart Airports Conference and Expo, middle of July, World Prayer. And then we are hosting our very own Gateway to Talent showcase, where we are trying to tap into the rich history that College Park and South Side of Atlanta has as far as the music industry, but again, showcasing new talent. So we're kind of framing it who's got next, and we have a entire PR campaign launched around it because again, we just want to continue to shine a positive light on College Park and what College Park has done for the music industry. So that is our baby, our pet project that we have going on. And then we have Office of the Bar, which is with us twice a year, February as well as July. And these are people from around the state who are coming in, taking the bar exam. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we have as far as business. Those are the bigger events. Obviously, we have smaller events as well sprinkled in there. And just to kind of brag about my team, we have rebooked the Sickle Cell Foundation, which is a huge deal because, again, that affects so many people of color. And they haven't been here since 2008, so we're pleased to have them back next year. We've rebooked Coca-Cola Scholars, and these are some of the top scholars from around the country that are flown in, and Coca-Cola gives them scholarships. We booked a R&B Winter Jam at the arena. We booked a short-term Living Royalty Clothing 10th anniversary fashion show at the arena. And then we have been really working to have a media partner. So we have entered into a partnership with iHeartMedia. And so we have confirmed that we will be hosting the Sister Strut Cancer Walk in October on our campus. And they too will also be part of our Gateway to Talent showcase in July. They will do a live remote. They will have one of their DJs, DJing. So again, really just trying to amp up community involvement for us as a campus, but also making sure that we have the right partners to help us get that message out. And then, not to bore you all, we have done some networking as well. We've attended some trade shows. And then to get to the really important stuff, the revenues. So the GICC, our total revenues for year to date, $15,129,634.82. Total expenses, $14,480,000. $740.40, sorry. So we are actually at 87% of budget. The arena is doing extremely well, I'm glad to say, and I'm really excited to see this. Revenues, $7,135,603.57. Total expenses year-to-date, $7,091,479.09. We are at 91.33% of budget for the arena, so again, very excited about that. And then the golf course, not last and certainly not least, $626,283.25. Those are the revenues, and the expenses are $6,422,409.68. And they are 80.68% of budget. So again, good things happening on the campus, and that's all I have for y'all. Any questions for me?
Yes, Dr. Williams.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I see you have the newsletter, which I wasn't aware of, so now I can check that out. And I know you have your own marquee. You're talking about getting the community involved. Is it possible, because I don't know what the rules are, to use the marquee over at City Hall for residents who don't come on this side of town? Because the Cancer Strut, that's an amazing event that I'm sure a lot of people will want to know about and participate in. So have you considered, and is it possible to use the marquee on the other side of town?
That is a great question, and yes, we actually work very well with the communications department for the city, and a lot of what we put on our campus digital boards, we share with the city. So the city is putting up a lot of our digital ads, whatever we share with them. Some events, especially if they're open to the public, we absolutely share those. Because we just entered into the agreement with Sister Strut, they are working on the creative. So as soon as we have that information, we can start posting that. And back to the newsletter, we have two newsletters. We have an internal newsletter that's for the campus, for our employees. So the employees at the GICC know what's happening at the golf course, and they know what's happening at the arena. But then, and we do share that with City Hall as well, and the department heads. And then we have an external newsletter that we send to our customers so that they know what's happening on our campus. And so if they were at a sneaker con last year, well, hey, you might be interested in the apparel show or the thrift con that's coming up. So it's just cross-messaging and cross-selling to make sure that they know what's happening. And again, we can get more people in this building, more people paying for parking, more people buying concessions. So that's what that external newsletter is for. And we can certainly include City Hall as well.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wyatt, you got a question?
I'm trying to stay. Okay, so it's back here. So, only very back. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead of myself. Y'all just push me back. But there's a thing in here from Gabrielle about the about different city events, how much they was billed versus actual cost. Is that something we're gonna get to later?
I'm sorry, I really didn't hear the question.
There's something in our package from Giannis.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know. It talks about BIDA events was billed an actual amount. Talks about Councilman Gay drop-off, Mayor Motley Broom Summit, BIDA, Vince Salmon repass, whatever that is, Solomon repass. Is that from Gabrielle? Is that you?
So if I'm understanding your question, you just want to know what the differences are or what these numbers represent?
Yes. Did somehow we just the city arbitrarily decided to give discounts to these people, or?
That is actually, you're absolutely correct. So this is our promo or discounted offerings, I should say. So for example, what we actually bill BIDA for dinner is not what it actually cost us when we order food and the labor and everything that goes into it. So this is just an informational, these are the different discounts that the city is receiving for different events around the campus.
Okay, I just.
Madam Chair? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, yeah, I just.
No, you finished, okay. You
No,
finished?
I was saying
Ms.
that
Jefferson.
this sheet is basically stating your in-kind rate that you're providing to. I'm saying this sheet, this email is pertaining to what your in-kind rate is for the city.
That is exactly right, in kind, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Hannah?
Yes, I had a question. This says filmed and showed behind the scenes video of GICC for BIDA. Would that be on the GICC Instagram so we could share with the members?
Okay, and I'm sorry, I really didn't hear your question.
The filmed and showed behind the scenes video of GICC for BIDA under the marketing. Yeah, I was just wondering if we could get that video so we could share with the members and share on our socials as well.
Yeah, so I will definitely check into that and get back to you because we prepared that specifically so it's not necessarily professional grade. It's something that we did just to, I believe Chairwoman raised a question about how we do business, if I'm not mistaken. And so we tasked our marketing manager with doing a behind the scenes, like the sales process, what it takes to plate up dinners and set up a room.
Okay.
So yeah, that video.
That was from the last meeting, yes.
But yeah, absolutely. I do think it shines a very positive light and shows all the hard work that goes into it. So again, I don't believe that there's any reason why we could not share that. But again, I just want to make absolutely sure because we do plan on putting that on our YouTube channel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. Any more?
Thank you and have a great evening, everyone.
Thanks. Great job. Next, we have presentation of the request for property tax abatement for 2121 Convention Center Concourse.
Madam Chair, before we get started?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
In the spirit of transparency, since we just voted on our code of conduct and the person getting ready to present hasn't had a chance to do, I guess, what we're asking persons to do, I just want to disclose that I did not receive any funds from the Atlantic Hotel Group, but when I was campaigning, I have received a donation that was over 100. I do not have the numbers. I did receive a donation that was over $100 from an affiliate group, and an affiliate group also has donated to Ward 1 for activities and events within the city. I do know that the number is less than $2,500. So between 2023 to 2024, we have received donations from affiliate organizations for less than $2,500. I'm disclosing this because I also want it to be known that those gifts, though I'm appreciative of them, they will no way influence any vote that I take tonight. However, if there are members that have an issue with that amount or the fact that I have received it, I have no problem recusing myself. So it's up to the board.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
She brought up the point. I thought about something after her comments. Because I believe, y'all, there was some reference to BZA or something. But I think that says if you received a donation within the last 12 months. So I'm trying to see just how far do we go back? I mean, how far do we have to remember? I just think, now that I think about it, should that be within the last 12 months, 24 months? I just think that should be a time frame like BJ has. I don't think if somebody gave me something back in 1999, I gotta try to remember that's gonna influence, you know what I'm saying? So normally there's a time frame. I think in BJ is 12 months, I believe. So I don't know if we wanna go back and revisit that, but I do think it might, I'm just throwing it out. I don't care one way or the other. But a time frame might be appropriate, maybe. I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, so, Madam Chair again.
Yes.
So basically 2023, which was almost over 2 years ago, we had a donation made by an affiliate, not the Atlantic Hotel Group themselves, but an
Okay.
affiliate of it. And again, I will say this much about the gentleman who's coming is been very involved in our community throughout the city of College Park for years. And their company does definitely give back to organizations within the city of College Park. But we have not received anything from them in the last 12 months.
Okay.
So that's, I just wanted to bring it to the board, because even though Attorney Wiley has said that we disclose, and this was disclosed, everything, it's been disclosed in terms of the campaign, we still have individuals that will pull up my campaign report and insinuate that, we're talking about the perception,
Right.
insinuate that I am favoring an organization because a developer may have given. And I have the ability to make decisions that have nothing to do with donations that have been given to me or my ward.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else have anything? Okay, let's move forward.
So everybody's cool with me staying?
I'm fine. Anybody?
It doesn't raise the reasonable person standard. What you just disclosed does not raise a reasonable perception of a conflict of interest.
Hold 1 second.
Yeah, so I kind of want some feedback on whether or not we should put a time frame like BZA. I think 12 months or 24 months. I just think there's got to be within the last something. But
Perhaps when the executive director does his form,
Okay.
we can put that, and maybe
Okay.
he can bring it back and address that then. And that could be one of the checkbox
That'd be
questions.
perfect.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
I think we didn't, and I apologize for speaking out of turn, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mayor.
We didn't have the disclosure part, right? That was gonna be the role of the executive director. So I agree with Mr. Vice Chair that there should be a time frame, and let's leave it to the executive director's discretion, and let's get to work.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
All right, thank you. We're ready.
Good evening, Madam Chair, BIDA board members, Mayor, City Manager, Ms. Miller. Thanks for giving me opportunity to come here tonight and speak. I'm a community partner, would like to thank all of you for doing great things for City of College Park community. This was not part of my agenda, but I'm going to address what Ms. McKenzie had just mentioned. Whether it will be Ms. McKenzie or anybody out of City of College Park could reach out to me. I'm all for it to come and support whenever the community is in need. We had given out during the time of COVID, boxes of hygienes and some perishable foods and all that throughout College Park and throughout many other counties. And as Ms. McKenzie said that somebody had donated, it was not directly by me at all. Yes, I did give her the donation of the Thanksgiving time, the turkeys and things like that, to give it out to the people who are in need so they can also enjoy and celebrate like everybody else the Thanksgiving. During the going back to school time, I had participated and given out funds to cover some of the going back to school bags. Other than that, I don't recall any amounts has been personally given to her. With that said, I'm going to start back to my track. This one, we going back, I believe Ed Walls is one who is aware of it, and Probably Vice Chair Tracy Whites is aware of it. This was back in 2018 when I started talking about buying the land which we currently have the hotel on, Home 2 True. We was talking about buying 1.8 acres to go ahead and do the hotel there. City of College Park wanted to go ahead and sell all the entire 3.5 acre tract. The person who had bought or got under contract on that property prior to us bought it, and then city had to buy back. There was some lawsuits and things like that. Land was not suitable enough to do the construction. There was a lot of unsuitable soils and rocks, and a number of things was there. We wind up taking entire 3.5 acre tract as city wanted us to do, and we really wanted to come and be part of the city of College Park and part of the growth because of all the things which was going to happen, not only there, but 6 West. That was not announced at that point. It was just clearly College Park was being discussed at that point. As we got into the project, looked at it, the backside of our hotel, that retaining wall where we had to put, that was dropping about 38 feet or so down. That was that shallow. And we had to go ahead and put the retaining wall. And as we got into the digging into the grading things and all that, we wind up hauling a lot of rocks, a lot of bad dirt, a lot of tires, a lot of the things which should not have been part of the property, but that was there. So we haul all the way to Fairburn, where at the fill site, where we went ahead and dropped it off, paid the fees for it and all that. And that had just drained us out with a lot of extra cost. And this is the colorful picture of the entire hotel right now, what you're looking at. I wish I would have done a greater slideshow, but it was too short of a time, so this is what I brought in. And if I would have not took the entire 3.5 acres, then I would have been in this circle only, did not have to do all this, and this is where that back retaining wall and all that went through. And that costed us almost $5 million, but out of that $5 million, 1.5, 1.7 could have been definitely my cost of doing this side of the thing, but this side just had killed us. Couple of the city council member, and at that point, I believe Mayor Jack and Mr. Ambrose, I believe, they came to the property and suggested to cover some of the cost, I can go ahead and have kind of and Mercedes Miller had joined with them too, because they was talking about there is nothing for people to come out and eat if we can do some kind of a truck type of a deal with having salads, pizza, chicken wings, some hot dogs and things like that. After looking at it, I said, if you look at this one, the people who are staying at this Spring Hill Suites, I will be their neighbor. From the day one, they will start hating me because people out of their window are looking at this truck sitting there trying to sell the food, and all kind of a traffic will be there. So I said, that will not be a good option. I will not do that to my neighbor. I don't think it's going to look too good down the road because all the trash and everything is just going to, there are people start going to flip on the back behind the wall. So we had not done that, and everyone agreed to it. So I'm glad we had not done that. So that is the reason that cost has gone up. At that point, we went through, I had sent out the letter back September of 2020 to R.D. Jones, as he had asked me to explain the cost with a 10-year tax abatement. That thing has been discussed, worked on it, and because of the COVID, city did not have enough funds. And he said, right now, our tax revenue is low, and we cannot even afford to entertain anything. So that got postponed, put off. Our which I'm not aware of it because I was not part of the meeting, but I understand that at that point they had said, we're not going to give any tax abatement at this point because of the funding what we don't have. So that's where that was, but since the project was already committed, project was supposed to be done in certain time frame, I had to go ahead and ask BIDA chair, Ms. Eleanor, please forgive me if I'm making a mistake on the names. I had to ask her, and she was kind enough to give me additional time because not only the cost of construction was gone up, but was having a lot of trouble getting all the supplies, and electrical switchgear box we had paid more than double on the price. Steel was high. So I went back again to Artie. I said, Artie, this is what the problem is. This is the challenge I'm facing on it. He said, right now, you just move on. We'll go ahead and put that in the agenda next time once we feel comfortable with the dollar amounts, what we're looking at. And he had even mentioned that the bridge, what you all was looking to do, the steel price had gone more than double on the cost of getting it done. So we went ahead and moved forward, completed the project. And during the project, had a lot of rain, a lot of delays, but we are finally open August of 2023, August 21st, 2023, when we opened the doors. And currently we are still running in about 65, 67% occupancy. We are not there where it should be. And with that being said, again, I don't want anyone to take this thing personal, but I don't have any sign on Camp Creek Parkway. We went through on that thing since 21. We've been talking back and forth. Last time, before Mercedes Miller left or retired from GICC, we had discussed, and the total cost was $80,000 to $90,000, and she said, that is not right now in my budget. Once I have that thing, I will go ahead and put that bigger sign there, and you will have a proper space to do it. Same thing on Roosevelt Highway, we do not have. So at this point, people don't even know we exist there across from the convention center, other than people who goes on the website and books on it. Once you come out of the tram, take the elevator down, still we don't have a sign showing home to this way or through this way. Whereas you got it, every other hotel is being pointed out. And they said, we're working on the signage through the airport and all that, and it will happen. You got to just have some patience, and I'm patiently waiting on it. Last 2 years still since we opened up. Well, not quite 2 years, August will be 2 years. And I'm the only minority owner with the property on GICC campus. We had gone through with so many ups and down challenges and all that. My humble appeal and request again here is for this BIDA board to reconsider whatever the tax break you all could be able to give us to help to keep the doors open. And hopefully we will do good. It's just going to take some time to ramp up and get the things moving forward.
You finished? Any questions? Okay, Ms. Jefferson.
Madam Chair, thank you. Can you pronounce your last name?
Danani.
Danani, okay, thank you. I have a question. So you basically mentioned that your hotel was open for business in 2023?
August 21st, 2023.
Okay, so a little post-pandemic, okay. What, if you can provide me, and if you don't mind disclosing, what is your, what is your overall rate of return on your NOI, and what is your EBITDA rate of return?
Right now, both of them, I'm running on the minus numbers.
So you're both running on a minus, okay. So, okay, then this leads to my second question. So due to the impact of, you're stating that post-pandemic, because you were scheduled to open post-pandemic, you haven't been able to scale since then. Your vacancy rate is higher compared to the other hotels.
That is correct.
And you're stating that's due to lack of marketing?
Not having sign on Camp Creek Parkway, not having sign on the Roosevelt Highway, and the ramping period is taking longer than what it should.
So does DMO provide you any type of reporting on what they do for you to get, heads to beds?
We've been through that and talked about it when we constantly been in contact with them. And most of the things, once it comes out, goes to Marriott Convention Center, then Renaissance, Spring Hill Suites, Marriott AC, and leftovers are for us.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Board Member Jefferson, what is your occupancy rate?
68.7, I was looking at it a few minutes ago.
And do we know what the average occupancy in the hotel market area is? I used to know that number, 80%? Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dehani.
Yes, ma'am. In regard to the sign, it was my understanding that each of the hotels covered their own cost for the sign.
That is correct. We was willing to pay for our own cost of the sign, and the way the sign is right now on this monument thing, if there will be an open panel, it is my cost to go ahead and provide the expense to get it done. I'm going to go ahead and say Renaissance has a panel there. On one panel it says R only. Second panel it says Renaissance. We went ahead and even requested, we will pay for the cost of there also. Where they got Renaissance, can we go ahead and have, I'm going to use my phone glass here. This is the panel. We said, okay, right here is Renaissance. There is a space available before that. Can we move their R from this panel to this panel? So that way this panel open up and we can have our sign. They said Renaissance is not going to allow that, and we just need to get the new panel. Whenever we get the new things done, that will have some extra panels for you. And they mentioned there is one more Sheraton coming up, so we need to have panel for them also. So that's when you can go and put it, and that will be $80,000 to $90,000 cost, and that will be paid by the GICC or College Park, whatever. But each individual will pay for their own logos and signs and all that. And if any option is available for me to do the sign still, if that main ID is not going to done soon enough, I'm willing to spend some money, because that is hurting us marketing wise. And a lot of time, I mean, we do have calls come saying that where is your hotel at? And we say, west of Spring Hill Suites. And they said, we are looking at Spring Hill Suites, where it is. I said, once you pass that parking lot, you will see us on the left right there.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair. Yes.
Who is the they that said Renaissance would not allow it?
Who said?
You said they said that the Renaissance would not allow that to happen. Who was the they?
Mercedes Miller had said that, and one other individual had said that they spoke to Renaissance, David. Yes. Said that no, we will not do that, because that both of those things need to be the way it is.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair. Two follow-up questions. Since you're stating that you're you're operating net negative, then what proactive restructuring options have you implemented? Any type of restructuring options to
Yes,
this
ma'am.
business, and if so, what have they been?
We've been constantly marketing and constantly working on it. Finally, I got with Delta Airline, and they had done out of the 2025, out of the 12 months, 6 months and 9 days, 4 days a week, we will have 40 rooms from them. And that 40 rooms definitely helping us. This is something, since you brought that up, I even went to city manager at that point, Dr. Emmanuel. I said, Dr. Emmanuel, because I was talking to BMW, I was talking to Delta Airlines. When I found out that Delta Airlines transport a lot of their people from here to Midtown and downtown and Buckhead area. I asked them reason, and one of the reasons they said some of the international flights, they have to have enough rest and everything should be on site for complete restaurants and all that. I said, well, Marriott campus here has that Champion restaurant and all that, and I said, Renaissance has something like that. He said, the problem is crime. I said, okay. Did I say something wrong?
It's on our,
Okay. Then I went ahead and talked to city manager, Mr. Emmanuel. At that point, he had set up a meeting. Chief of police was there. I had said, we got 253 rooms. Spring Hill Suites has 150 some rooms. Renaissance has 204 rooms. Marriott has 400 plus rooms. Marriott AC has this many rooms. I said, how about we go ahead and come up with 3 police officers, cost of the 3 police officers, pay them well, and split that cost between all this hotel based on their room size, to be fair for all of them. And I said, if we get that done, I can go back to Delta, I can go back to others and say, it is very safe for your flight attendants and the pilots and those stewards to come and do business with us and stay here.
Okay.
That did not happen. We still had some break-in. We had few weeks, chief engineer, because we deal with the chief engineer in the hotel, so my apologies.
No
Chief of police she was very great. She followed up, sent out police officers. We normally had open breakfast for them, just for them to patrol, come, stop by, have coffee, breakfast, whatever. It did help some, but again, after that, I stopped seeing people, so I asked her, she said, I'm very tired on the people, I just really cannot have, because we're working through it, it's work in progress, it will improve, that's all I got.
But overall, you haven't had a reduction in your overhead, in your personnel, or in the management?
No, ma'am, we could not, because of the size of the hotel. We got to continue to do that, and currently I have 59 employees, and I wish I could say all of them City of College Park. It is not. 11 of those 59 are City of College Park, and I'm open. If there is any guidance can be given, we can hold employment seminars, we can use our meeting rooms, and residents of College Park can apply, and we are willing to hire them. Do everything possible. I want them to live, stand, play, work at the same area, and let our city get the taxes. And at that point, I believe when I was talking to Phil Latano was there, because city manager brought him in. I said, look, I'm saying maybe the rest of the hotels might chop my head by suggesting that we all pay for the cost, but I said only for 1 year. After 1 year, maybe you may give us that money back because of additional tax revenue of the hotel motel, which you will get instead of people going to downtown or midtown and other areas. They may feel comfortable and safe to stay within our local area here, and all the business can remain here.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm already sweating. If any other questions?
So if we can excuse him if you want, if anybody else has a question, then I'll give you a little.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. I appreciate all of you being patient with me and allowing me. This is the first time I'm doing something like this. So my apology if I had made a mistake.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You leaving? You leaving?
You been excusing him from to leave the room?
It's a public meeting, so
No, it's a
he's
public
welcome to
meeting.
remain.
No, he don't have
We're
to
not
leave.
in executive session, so, yeah.
I suggest you hang around, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in November of 2020, actually in September of 2020, in the teeth of COVID, I had run numbers for Artie for a tax abatement for Mr. Dahani. And he had requested a 10-year tax abatement, starting at 80% for 2 years, then 70%, then 60, 50, 45, 40, 30, 20, and 10. And at the time, he thought the hotel would cost $30 million. And, you know, the millage rate, the tax rate on hotels in College Park is very high, particularly around the GICC area, because we not only have our millage rate of, back then it was 12.6 mils, you know, we have lowered it since. Fulton County and Fulton Schools is 18 mils. And so you got a 20 mil GICC special district tax and a 20 mil hotel tax. And if you all remember, we raised that millage rate during the teeth of COVID because College Park was suffering so bad financially. And so the millage rate was like 85 mils on a facility located in the GICC special district. And so 30 million times 40% is 12 million, then times that 85 mils, the tax burden would be $1 million a year. And that tax abatement, over 10 years, the tax burden would have been 10 million. That tax abatement would have been 4.9 million savings to Mr. Dahani. And the city's pilot payment, if it took the county and the school board money, would be 5.2 million. And remember that land, we had owned it, John Azar represented a rich fellow that flew a helicopter and landed on the site. And we got involved in a controversy, and Mr. Dahani bought it from that fellow to whom we had sold it. And we brought that to the BIDA board and the mayor and council and the BIDA board turned the tax abatement down. The reasons they gave at the time was COVID was really bad. The city needed the financial revenues, and that there were a bunch of hotels already in the city, 36, and they didn't feel like they needed to incentivize another hotel. They wanted to incentivize other kinds of things. Mr. Dahani came back, if y'all remember, in November of last year, and this board opted not to give a tax abatement then. And so Mr. Dahani came to, I think, Mr. Hooker and asked for an abatement again. And I have since run numbers, and you should have them in your package, a 5-year tax abatements before you tonight. And we have concrete information, not projected construction numbers that we had in 2020. The tax assessor of Fulton County assesses Mr. Dahani's hotel at $22,912,000. That number times 40% is $9,000,001. And so the total tax burden is $750,000 on that, whereas at 30 million it would have been $1 million. The millage rates dropped a little. Fulton County's lowered its millage rate. You dropped yours by a full mill to 11.608. And he still has the 220 mil taxes on the special districts. He's in the CID, that's a 5 mil tax. And Fulton Schools has lowered their millage rate a little bit to 17.08. So the total millage rate now is 82.7 mils. And so in the package is a tax abatement, is it 25% that's in there? 35%. And so you can see his savings are $1,380,000 over that 5-year period. And the column next to it is the total payment that he would make after his savings. It's about $500,000 a year. And then you can see how it's split between College Park, Fulton County, and Fulton Schools. Down at the bottom, if you'll see, I've got a number there. It says College Park share of all taxes over a 5-year period. If you did nothing, your share is $2,461,000. Over on the right, you can see the total under College Park after the abatement. Should you grant it to him, it would be $1,599,000 if you shared the pilot payment with Fulton County and Fulton Schools. If you took the pilot payment completely and excluded Fulton County and Fulton schools, your payment would be $2,564,000. And then you can see the BIDA board charges a 1/8 to 1% fee. You can see that'd be $85,000 there, and then you can see the various fees to accomplish the tax abatement. And so the ask of Mr. Dehane of you tonight is, would you approve a 5-year tax abatement at 35%?
Just one quick question. Whether it's Mr. Wall or Mr. Aziz, did you file for Fulton County tax abatement, or you're just focusing on College Park?
Right now, just College Park, because I was told to start here. I had not done nothing with Fulton County, as I understood that I need to start here, and once City of College Park agrees to it, then that will follow through with the Fulton County.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the board, as you've explained to me for a while, how the transaction will look like, what it will look like if the board went forward with this, just the mechanics of it all.
Yeah, so this board only has a tax abatement that I know of on four issues. They have it on the Marriott Gateway, the Spring Hill Suites, one of the office buildings, and the Marriott Renaissance. So the last one was done, I think, in 2014. So there's hardly anybody left that remembers that. And so a tax abatement is called a bonds for title. And I think we talked about it a little bit at y'all's retreat. And so you actually hold title to the land. So Mr. Dehane would quit claim the title to you, and you would hold title, and any property that you own is exempt from property taxes. You would lease the property back to Mr. Dehane. The leasehold interest gets taxed by the tax assessor based on whatever percentage you agree. So if you agree to the 35%, they would tax his leasehold interest at 65% of that $22.9 million figure. They would send a tax bill out for the county and the schools. You all, College Park, bill your own taxes. So Phil Latona would send a bill at 65% of that value. And the tax assessor would assess it every year. I have in the numbers a projected increase of 2% a year, but it'd be whatever it was. And it's actual a bond issue. You all would approve bond documents. LaTanya takes it to the district attorney of Fulton County. She signs a validation petition. They advertise each week for 2 weeks. A Superior Court judge holds a hearing. They validate the bonds, and you have a closing. And then if it's a 5-year tax abatement, it would last for 5 years. At the end of the 5 years, you would stamp those bonds paid, and he would stamp the bonds paid, and you give him title back. And they call it bonds for title because no money changes hands. It's a bond for title, and there's no money changing hands, but it's a way under Georgia law that we get around the anti-gratuities provision in doing tax abatement. And so that's the process you would go through if you decided to do it.
You mentioned, Mr. Wall, other properties that have tax abatements in the Gateway District. How many of those received their tax abatements after they were completed?
None.
Madam Chair. Mr. Wall, I recognize that you mentioned the 3 hotels that we have made tax abatements to, but I think in this circumstance, those are major anchor tenants, right? You really can't compare anchor tenant to a boutique hotel. It's just totally different market, totally different. However, my concern is creating a precedent. You know, I recognize what COVID did to a majority of our businesses, but I really think that your issue is a marketing issue. Your brand is very recognizable. I mean, you're under a major brand, But I think your sales, your slow sales or high vacancy rate is just due to lack of marketing exposure. I really don't think that this board should get in the business of private companies' operations. So I would not be for tax abatement in this regard. But I do believe that you would benefit from bringing in a reputable marketing rep for your brand. And from what the report that was recently given by DMO, it's almost like there's no vacancy. Like you're busing this airport district area is getting the heads to the beds. But why that there's an issue with you, and I looked up your review. Your reviews are decent. So I'm like, I really just think that you would benefit more from a marketing restructuring program and work that program for a good 2 years to see if you could get a turnaround. Because I don't think the tax abatement, it may be a quick fix for you, but long term, you have to maintain that business. And it's a very viable business in a most demanding district that you will have. We're the world, adjacent to the world's greatest and busiest airport. So, but I do think that I understand your persistence in making us aware as a board some of the deficiencies that have occurred with you with working with DMO, and I do think that that should be taken heavily into consideration, and maybe another meeting should be created for you, but I really think that you will benefit more from a better marketing situation. And then my rationale for tax abatement comes to, you know, when you have much larger anchor tenants like those 3 that was provided, you're looking at a larger employment workforce base. If you're stating that out of your 59 employees, there are only 11 for City of College Park, you see, we have to weigh our benefits, right? So our benefit as a board to do what's right for the good welfare of this community is providing job opportunities. And if your business has a minimum of that, that could be an issue that maybe, you know, we need to work on. But overall, I think that your issue is more of lack of marketing, underexposure, and thank God that you've been able to, that you haven't had to do any type of downsizing or restructuring due to your negative impact on your bottom line. But I think overall, if you create a core 5-year marketing plan to increase those heads to beds, you'll be in a better position than seeking a tax abatement. Thank you.
Madam Chair, first of all, I'm glad he didn't come back for another 10, because I think I definitely will be against that. But I have a question for Ed. The Fulton County came up. If College Park gave him, and that's a big if, this tax abatement, he still go to Fulton County and get additional tax abatements?
No, so it'd be one or the other.
Okay, that's all to make sure, because certainly I'm not gonna, if I even vote for it, give him a break, then he goes somewhere else and get additional breaks. So he can't go get any more tax breaks.
No, so it'd be one or the other. They get
Okay.
one from you or one from them.
Okay, and he could go to Fulton County, they can do it, and they'll get the 1/8 to 1% instead of us, right?
Yes, so they have a 10-year schedule starting at 50%, declining 5% a year, and that's all they get.
Okay.
And whether they give it or not, I don't know.
Okay, well, if you look at them, they're pretty generous.
You show up breathing, you normally get it.
There you go. So I don't want him to go there and they get the break. So I usually don't disclose how I'm gonna vote before it comes up, but since one member did, and I see the documents back in 2020, and I remember back in 2018, so while it's tough, I think for me, a fair compromise will be the 5 years, so at least for me, I think I'm gonna support the 5-year tax. I'm gonna support this project.
Okay, Mayor. To Board Member Jefferson's point in regard to setting a precedent, Mr. Executive Director, is there anything that would prevent our other hotels from coming and requesting the same type of deal?
I don't think anything would stop anyone from coming and making the request. But setting a precedent would give them more momentum in making that request.
And I will say, it's my understanding that there was approval for signs prior to Ms. Miller's departure from the Georgia International Convention Center. I'm looking at an email from August 19th of 2024 where she indicated that she approved the sign on the pylon before she left and indicated that he needed to speak with Henry Signs regarding timing and installation. So, Mr. Dhani, do you have any recollection of that?
Yes.
Okay. So have you contacted Henry Signs to get on the pylon?
Yes, we did agree to a sign, and we did agree to the logos and all that. And once that logos was sent out for the production, it would not fit where she wanted us to go ahead and put it. So we had shown that it's not working out here. And that's when we said if that R can be moved, then that panel can be used and we can go ahead and fit ourselves to have that proper marketing logo there for Home True and True.
I'm sorry, turn it off. But, thank you. I think this is a kind of different circumstances, you know, especially with the, amount of land that, you know, that you purchased, that you were trying to get the, smaller part. But, do we have a motion, so that we can move on?
So if you're asking for a motion,
Yeah.
if you're asking for a motion, then I
Yes.
motion to accept the 5-year, tax abatement.
Do we have a second? Motion, I don't have a second, so. So it fails, for lack of a second. We have no second, we have no one to second the vote. Thank you. Okay, next, we have the Executive Director report. Mr. Hooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your packet, you'll see a listing of legal expenses for this fiscal year. This is following up a discussion that we had at our last board meeting, but it is the context here. You can see the report. You can see that some of the amounts exceed $10,000. Some of the amounts exceed $25,000, and to be brief, I recommend that this board adopt some financial control policies. These are just examples. There are other checks that BIDA cuts that are required for something like the SkyTrain, its share of expenses of the SkyTrain, that dwarf these numbers. But there's nothing in the process that keeps this board aware in real time or near real time or a monthly basis on how these expenses are going out. The legal brought it up because, as we've reported in previous meetings, we've significantly overspent our legal budget for fiscal year 25. You'll see that there's a total $287,000 that's been spent. What was budgeted was $125,000. So what do you do about that? You need to have financial controls that you monitor and can give feedback and guidance directly to the vendor or through the executive director to the vendor to hold accountable keeping these expenditures in line with your budget. Now, we've increased that budget in the request for fiscal 26. We've increased that budget to, I believe, $250,000. Still not enough to cover this, but just reflecting that there can be reason for increased expenses, but we don't have the processes in place to monitor these expenses and to authorize them appropriately. The only person who has the authority to write checks for BIDA is the city manager of the city of College Park. And that approval is limited by their charter to $10,000, but the city, like BIDA, have a professional services exception that if a contract is in place, the contract terms can be paid out. So as a result, the monthly legal fees, for example, for BIDA nor the city come before council. Council has its consent agenda that it uses to track expenses that are budgeted that, you know, don't deviate from the budget. BIDA doesn't have that in place. So thank you for voting on the training session for August the 13th. The attorney and I have spoken, and we're really looking at financial controls and mission being key parts of that training session. So my report is simply, I encourage you to adopt some serious financial controls. The Secretary Treasurer and I have spoken about what kind of process she'd like to put in place. So we'd really like to educate you, put in place processes that allow you as BIDA to take control of your budget, to have fiscal controls in place, to direct the city to create a reserve account for you, to direct how funds go to that reserve account and go to other debts that we may have. Your attorney has convinced me that you can do that without that word, y'all keep frowning at it, intergovernmental agreement. So I'm ready to pursue that with you. And our goal would be to go over that in detail at this training session, to follow that up with work sessions with the Secretary Treasurer, staff, the Finance Department, to determine the best ways for approvals and reporting to take place, and for you all to put some approval levels in place that mirror modern times, and even the city has moved on from that $10,000 limit for the city manager. Again, for the sake of efficiency, for the sake of transparency, any expense that is approved can easily be routed to the Secretary Treasurer or to the chair or to whomever you all design. So we need to take action on, I recommend wholeheartedly that you take action on financial controls so that we can eliminate this mystery of where BIDA's money are going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Attorney Wiley.
I only want to, thank you, Brian. The only thing I take mild exception to, and I know you meant it in a practical way, but not a legal way, when you said that the only person who is authorized to expend BIDA funds is the city manager. I know you didn't mean that. I just want to check for the record. So we know that BIDA and the city have just been operating on a gentlewoman's handshake agreement. So it has been that the city manager signs those checks. But I just want to say that based upon your charter and the fact that the BIDA is a constitutionally created independent entity, that you establish those rules as to how you want to have financial accountability. Once the city approves the allocated budget for BIDA within those parameters, that's when BIDA has the authority and to create its own processes for expending funds on your behalf. And certainly the finance office will be involved, and city man, I don't know, but the approval comes from this body. We have just been operating without rules or processes, and Brian and I hope to change that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jefferson.
I don't know what has happened in the process, but in our SOP, when I was chair, what would happen is the finance director would provide me the invoices on a monthly basis. I would take those invoices, create a pivot table, and create a roll forward report to make sure that they were being billed based upon the hours, right? If there was any anomalies, that would come out in that report. Now, that report would then be sent to the project manager, which was Ben at that time. Then that project manager would take that and notate the trends and the thresholds of any anomalies that take place and so forth. But it's in our bylaws that the director of finance is to provide those professional fees invoices. And we are supposed to do some type of reconciliation and verification, just put our eyes on it to make sure that we are aligning to their contract. Now that is supposed to happen on a monthly basis. Now if that has not been happening, then we definitely need to catch up, because the director of finance is supposed to provide that information to us on a monthly basis. And it's in our bylaws. So now, as far as the thresholds take place based on that contract. That's the purpose of that report, that summary report, and so that we can point out any anomalies that, because things occur. We get sued all the time. So there may be an increase in fees, but those explanations are provided on those professional services invoices to state this is, in addition, or we had to hire extra, consultants, or but it will be notated on that invoice.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what has happened since then, but if that hasn't been occurring, we need to get back to that process. Definitely. Because you as the chair, you need a meeting with the director of finance to go over those professional fees.
And we need to
make sure that they're in a line, because if they're not and nobody is keeping an eye and watch on it, it's just getting, the city manager, they're just approving it because it's a professional service.
And that's something
there needs to be an additional set of eyes on that to just make sure that everybody's aligned with the contracts.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jefferson. Anyone else? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Hooker.
I would like to say for the record that Attorney Wiley and I are working very hard to change we get sued all the time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we get sued all the time. Okay, next, we have the financial report of Mr. Wall.
That was passed out
We have the
earlier.
budget, we have the full budget. Yeah, we have the full budget.
So you see the one pager? The budget was in your packet. The one pager was handed out. So look in your GICC report, and under that stuff, it's in that group.
I wanted to start off with the one pager if I could, and then I'm gonna go to your packet for the detail, which starts on page 49 in your packet.
It was with your GICC report. It looks like this.
Would have been underneath all your stuff when you sat down. See what I'm saying? But you look on me. Yes, ma'am. Everybody ready, Madam Chair?
Remember that Brian
So
said.
if y'all could, I did a spread of the unaudited 24, and we're expecting the city's audit for 6/30/24, hopefully by June the 16th. The auditor made a presentation at last council meeting. But here's the unaudited numbers. Then I put next to it the year-to-date, July the 1st of last year to May 31st, and then I put the 26 budget. I just want to just briefly highlight it from a 35,000 foot view before we go to the details. You can see the revenues for rentals and commissions, about $1.2 million all the way across the page. The other is $3.9 million. You can see year-to-date's $2 million. There's a month left. And I imagine Terry Jackson, the finance director, is going to make some journal entries to get those numbers to match. You can see the budget's the same at $3.8 million. Then you can see the depreciation, that's the auditors calculate that each year, and so we don't budget, plus it's a non-cash item. And then the operating expenses were $1.6 million. Year-to-date, there was $1.012 million. Some items may not have posted as of 5/31, and then we've got 1 month of June left. And then you can see the budget's $5.5 million. Your budget for 25, fiscal year 25, was a lot like that, but you didn't spend any money because you didn't sell any land. So if you go down the page, the next line item, gain on sale of assets, you can see it was $500 in 24, $342,000 this year, and then we're hoping to close that first tranche from PMG. You also have Creed on the books, and so there's places to draw that $10 million. I think we've budgeted it 4 years in a row, so maybe 26 will be the year. Capital outlay for land purchase, you budgeted $3 million this year. We've only spent $1.5 million so far to date, so we budgeted the same $3 million for 26. And then we didn't issue any bonds in 25 or 26, so there are no issuance costs. You remember the city did a refinancing during the teeth of COVID, and we took a payment holiday on some of the debt. That payment holiday was over in the fiscal year 25, so you can see the debt service went from $4.8 million to $6.3 million, and then $6.7 million. And so you can see the income loss before transfers of $5.3 million in 25 year to date. Now, and you know, the biggest lick of that is debt service went from $4.8 million to $6.3 million. And I caution y'all, people look at BIDA's financials and say, man, they losing money hand over fist. And Brian and I've talked to y'all, we always need 2 sets of books. There's one that you run, and there's one where you're the conduit for all the city's debt. And all of that debt was meant to be paid by transfers in from hotel, motel tax, car rental tax, and other things. And so these numbers don't show the true picture of what's happening. And then you see the transfers in so far have been $2.8 million. I know Terry will transfer in more money in order to get the books to balance by the end of the fiscal year. So I'm going to go over the 26 budget in detail, and I want to hit some highlights in year-to-date 25. So if you go to page 49 in your packet. Everybody there? So look down at the bottom. On July the 17th, 24, you can see AVR Realty. That's the company that owns the Marriott Gateway, the Marriott Renaissance, and the Spring Hill Suites. There's a big amount there called pilot payments. We've talked about that. And I'm just going to go through these pretty fast just so you can see. And I would love for y'all as board members to peruse this, because there are things that will jump out at you that you see that I don't see. And you can see the $222,000 coming in from the Renaissance for additional rent. That's what they call their pilot payment. You see the annual financing fees, that's the 1/8 to 1% you charge. And when Brian and I were talking to y'all, I think during the retreat, that's money that is not obligated to any other debt service. And that's money that you could focus on in getting more reoccurring revenue each year so that you're not so reliant upon a general appropriation from mayor and council. Turn to the next page, page 50. Wanted to highlight the $329,000 for the Marriott Hotel. Their pilot payment, $210,000 for the Gateway office. The annual APM fees, the city of Atlanta bills you for your share of the maintenance cost for that APM and the station out there. And we allocate it among all the entities that are around the GICC. We budget $800,000 a year for it.
And tell them what the APM is,
Sir?
so everybody knows what the APM actually is.
It's Automated People Mover.
SkyTrain.
SkyTrain. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, boss. And so you can see all throughout here, there's it's interesting, the finance department books it some places SkyTrain fees. Y'all can see that in the middle of the page, and some, they call it APM fees. We also bill a pro rata share of landscaping. So you can see in 24, there was a part of the landscaping where Marriott Business Services paid their share of landscaping. Going to page 51. You can see toward the bottom, 3 lines from the bottom, the Spring Hill Suites is $27,000 for their financing fees. That's their 1/8 to 1% fees. Next page, page 52. You can see there's rent payments here in the middle of the page. It says Marriott International, and it's called a rent payment. Some of the land was ground leased for 30 years, and they pay an annual rent. And then when the 30 years is up, they have to pay you the then value of the land, 10% of it, of the then value of the land. The Marriott Renaissance has to pay 15%. These are the ground rents, and that goes straight to paying back the debt service when the city bought the 28 acres that sits around the GICC. Next page, page 53. Again, you can see the landscaping reimbursement there, the Spring Hill Suites. I want to flip on over till we get to some expenses. Go to page 55. '56, '57. So now I'm on page 58. So up at the top, you can see $1,000 from Luter, Larkin, and Hunter. I don't know who that is. Okay, a law firm. And then you go on down, you can see the First American Title for $5,000. You can see Luter, Larkin, and Hunter, page 59. You can see some of the items that jump out at you. Page 60. Those are all just journal entries. Page 62. This is where they're paying the debt service on the bonds back in February. Page 63. Again, interest earnings, interest payments. Page 64. A lot of journal entries. Page 65. See down at the bottom, proof of the pudding, $650. Page 66. It says a BIDA board meeting was $708.50. I don't know whether the convention center charges the BIDA fund for this room, is what I thought that might be.
They do.
You can see Freeman, Mathis, and Gary was our old law firm. You can see proof of the pudding, $650. You can see the Department of Aviation, that's where we're paying part of that SkyTrain fee to them. And then you can see Icon for our film works for the meetings. Freeman, Mathis, and Gary. You can see down at the bottom, One Consulting Group, $7,000. I didn't know who that was. You can see legal fees on the next page, page 67. Freeman, Mathis, and Gary. Lawson Beck's that Michelle Rothmeyer lady that does our real estate work. Denmark Ashby. Again, more Denmark Ashby. Proof of the pudding down at the bottom. If y'all would turn with me to page 89.
89?
Let's see. 87. At the bottom of 87 was a fee to Keller Williams for $471,690. That was a fee that was really large, and it jumped out at me, and that fits within what Mr. Hooker was talking to y'all earlier of finance controls about professional services, and that was a number that I didn't know anything about, and I'm just pointing it out to you.
Can we talk about that now?
Madam Chair?
Yes, let's talk about.
Okay. So you said that we don't have any land sales. I'm sorry. You said that we don't have any land sales.
Have any what?
Land sales. We haven't sold
Correct.
anything.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is this professional fee to Keller Williams for this?
So I asked
half
for
a million.
So I asked for a copy of the invoice from the finance department, and on February the 11th of 2024, Keller Williams submitted an invoice for $471,690, a 10% real estate commission on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parcels of property. And they said that the land value was $4,716,900, and they took a 10% commission. And on February the 17th, Dr. Ditterans authorized the invoice to be paid. I then asked for further information about what the land sales were. And on January the 18th, 2022, the city of College Park quit claimed those parcels of property over to BIDA. And like one parcel was the Brady Center. And so it was a real estate commission on some quit claimed property that they interpreted what the value would be as if it were sold.
Okay, got a question.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
So you're saying sales from 2022 were paid in 2025?
Yes, ma'am. And it wasn't a sale, it was a quit claim.
And I also heard you say 10%, so I'm not aware, I guess, well, now I'm aware because I've questioned this amount. How did we end up with a 10% commission for this group when BIDA has never voted to approve a contract for 10% for this type of issue? I mean, there's no vote on record for BIDA ever. But there's a contract that exists that was executed. And I'm just trying to understand, to me, if there's I don't have a problem with the contract being executed. I have a problem, Madam Chair, with the contract being executed that this board did not vote for.
So, Madam Chair, there was a contract approved by mayor and council and signed by the mayor and executed by the clerk from 23 to 24 by the city. And I got a copy of that contract from Ms. Wiley. And it had a 10% commission in it. And on September the 4th, 2024, BIDA executed a contract with Keller Williams for a 10% commission as well. The invoice was sent February of 24, so I would think it would be paid under that contract that had the city, but I mean, it's up to y'all to whether you think that this amount was authorized by that contract.
I guess
let her finish.
Yeah, so, okay, let me get this clear. I'm aware of the contract that the city council voted on the 20th of February 2023. And then on the 22nd of February 2023, the mayor executed that contract for 10%. But the contract that was executed by the chair of BIDA last year it's a different contract. It includes more. So I guess the question really is, was the amount of 471 based on the contract? Okay, let me back up. I left BIDA in 2023. I signed the contract in 2022, executed, the mayor made the motion, vice chair, well, she was my vice chair at the time, she seconded, it was unanimously. It was a broker listing contract. And that's all BIDA has ever seen. BIDA never saw any contract in 2023 that the mayor signed. And I know that, and I've gone through all the minutes. And then in 2024, this contract that Chair Wyatt signed was never brought to BIDA for approval, but it was executed on September 4th, 2024. So I went through minutes trying to see if the board had ever discussed this. It was never even discussed in a BIDA member. And this BIDA meeting, and this is concerning to me, Madam Chair, and getting back to some of the things that I've heard the director say, we've got stuff going on that's not being approved by this board. And the city now has paid out almost $500,000 in BIDA's name that BIDA did not approve. And I think that's problematic to me. And I know I don't put it on Keller Williams because they have a contract, but I do have an issue with, and it's not even, let's back up, maybe it's not even the amount. My concern is, and I served as the chair of BIDA for 2 years, and I signed many contracts. I had contracts handed to me to sign. In fact, I filed an ethics complaint against the former executive director of BIDA because he asked me to sign a contract that the board had never voted on. Okay? And then he falsified the document to get me to sign minutes that the board had never existed, never happened. And so I feel like I can speak on this from experience, that as a chair, you never sign anything that your board has not executed or voted on. You never execute anything that has not been. So the question for me, more so than the amount that was paid, more so than the contract that the mayor signed in 2023, because she did have the council vote. Council voted on it, she executed the document. But in BIDA, we're having documents executed that we did not vote on. And to me, Attorney Wiley, that's a very serious situation that needs to be investigated.
Yes, hold on. Okay, Mayor.
I want to make sure that I'm clear about how all this developed. And so the basis for the bill that was paid was a transaction that took place in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What contract controlled in 2022? I asked our economic development staff to send any contracts that were pending in 2022, and I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
So there's my first question.
That's another one.
I have multiple questions, but let's start there. Can anyone tell me that at the time of this transaction, there was a contract between the Business and Industrial Development Authority and Keller Williams that would control this transaction?
Yes, there was. We voted on it. But it was a contract that was a listing contract for 3%. It was just a straight listing contract. You brought it to us. That's what we voted on.
You voted on it.
We voted on it. It's in record.
You made the motion.
You made the motion, we voted on it. But in 2023, the city council, for some odd reason, signed an individual contract with them for 10% commission for 6 West. How that took place, I don't know.
Wait, hold on.
If we as BIDA control the real estate sales.
I saw a 2022 contract that was May of 22. This transaction took place in January. So I'm still looking for a contract that was pending at the time of this transaction between the City of College Park and the College Park Business and Industrial Development.
I've been looking and seeking that, and Madam Mayor, I saw your email, and I was looking for it even before you sent your email, and I still haven't seen anything from 2022 or 2021.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Hooker?
yeah.
Wait, hold on. Do you?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna let you finish,
Yeah.
Mayor.
All right, because if Mr. Hooker has an answer to that, I'm happy to.
You have an answer
But I
to
have
that?
another question.
Okay, Mr. Hooker.
For the purpose of this, thank you, Madam Chair. For the purpose of this conversation, I'd like to avoid confusion by separating the two type of real estate contracts that were entered into. There's a listing agreement where we're engaging the brokers to sell a property on our behalf. And then there's a buyer's broker agreement where we're engaging brokers to acquire properties on our behalf. In a situation like 6 West with dozens of tiny parcels, a commission minimum or a 10% commission is not unusual. It is unusual when you start getting into higher dollars to not have that commission appropriately reduced to reflect, a $500 million or $1 million transaction. But that's beside the point. What's important is there was a contract in place, but it was a listing agreement, not a buyer-broker agreement. The listing agreement, we haven't found it, but the listing agreement doesn't control the buyer-broker, and it doesn't speak to the commission.
What year, sir? I'm sorry. What year was the listing agreement that you referred to?
So the listing agreement that we have access to was an amendment to a previous listing agreement in 2024. We haven't found the previous one yet, but the Georgia licensing law is compelling our brokers to get 12-month contracts renewed. So that's been a pattern. We've seen several renewals of the listing agreement, and that listing agreement focuses on what we call the trust properties or the 55 acres. So that's been in place for quite some time, and that was what we have seen earlier than 2023. The first thing that we've seen starting in 2023 from the city, and then in September of 2024 signed by the chair of BIDA, those were the buyer brokerage agreements, and they are a different animal than the listing agreement. So I don't want us to trip all over ourselves thinking, a listing agreement is going to apply to the buyer broker side.
Okay. Yeah, I still have more questions.
Hold 1 second. I think Mayor, you can.
Because I'm still just trying to understand that at the time of this transaction between the City of College Park and the College Park Business and Industrial Development Authority, was there a contract, a valid contract, surrounding this transaction? I have not seen it yet.
I didn't sign anything.
Okay.
Can anyone answer that?
Just to respond to you, Madam Mayor, I was the chair of BIDA all 2022. The only contract that I'm aware of that I signed, and I've gone through the whole year, was this contract that was signed on, again, this is what I'm saying to you, in the June 9th, 2022 meeting, the BIDA board met, and we had a listing agreement for sale of real property by the broker, which is Atlanta Classic Realty Associates, DBA Keller Williams. At that meeting, and I have the minutes, which came out in the next meeting, which was July 14th, and it was at the July.
All of that is after this transaction. All of that is after this January 2022 transaction. So, I mean, I certainly appreciate that occurred, but I am trying to understand under what agreement this $471,000 was paid out, because it makes absolutely no sense to me that a 2022 transaction was billed in 2024. The contracts that I've reviewed indicate that we should get a bill within 30 days. So we get a bill in 2024 and it's paid in 2025. And I don't know under what contract it was paid under, because no one has been able to show that there was a valid contract at the time of this transaction in January of 2022.
I think we're on the same page. We're just looking at it from different perspectives. Yeah, I'm not aware of that before, but all I know is from the minutes that were in the June 9th meeting that Keller Williams gave a presentation, I guess, in the BIDA meeting that was held in May of 2022. And then when we met in the BIDA meeting in June of 2022, the board will decide and vote whether or not services will be extended and a new agreement signed. So basically, there was no contract between Keller Williams and BIDA except for what they had, which must have been in 2021 or 2020. And so we simply voted on a listing agreement in 2022 to extend their services for another year. There's no record of any other type of contract for any of the transaction. So I am on the same page with you. I do not understand what the services were that were provided in 2022 that would be paid in 2025 or be billed And why? So that's one question. And the other question is what I mentioned earlier is how did we have a contract executed with this organization that neither you nor me or anyone else that was on this board, I wasn't even on it in 2024, but none of the members, I'm the only one that wasn't, but none of the members of this board voted to have a contract, which is a different type of contract. It's a buyer, broker, whatever. It's a different contract. None of us voted on that.
I understand Madam Chair, I understand the concern about that, but I don't know that it is pertinent to the issue at hand in that we are still dealing with a 2022 transaction.
No, we're not.
I don't really care what happened in 2024 in terms of a contractual agreement, because why should it come into play for a 2022 transaction? I'm lost on that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, they were here asking if they had the contract.
Okay, hold one second.
I mean, if anyone can answer it.
Hold one second, Vice Chair. Let me let Ms. Jefferson want to say something. Okay, Ms. Jefferson.
So I recognize the years may be coming up in this, we're trying to convolute information here, but let's make this plain. I'm gonna show you where this money is. I'm gonna simplify it for A, B, and C. Keller Williams had a contract in 2020, you had a contract in 2021, and you had a contract in 2022. That was a listing agreement contract for 3% listing commission. In 2023, the city council, which the mayor signed, which we have a copy of, Sabrina sent an email in February 2024, you signed a buyer brokerage contract for them, giving them a buyer brokerage agreement at 10%. In 2023, in 2024, they did not, that contract expired. They did not have a contract. They came before the BIDA board, presented, we put a placeholder on it. We did not sign that contract. Now, how a contract got signed with them in September of 2024, it didn't come before this board. So in September of 2024 is how this $471,000 and $690 got confirmed somehow in the air. But that's not even half of the matter here. The problem is we don't have the necessary people on this board to quantify and legitimize terms and conditions. That buyer brokerage agreement that you signed in 2023 only allowed them to lease or purchase property. This transaction is a quit claim deed transfer. That is not a sale. So who authorized them to get paid on a quit claim deed transfer, and who authorized them to appraise a quit claim deed? When on the quit claim deed, it clearly has that it was signed by you, that was authorized by Winston Denmark, that the value transfer was $1. So how do you get paid? How do you evaluate six quit claim deeds at a $4 million evaluation, and you pay in a real estate brokerage 10% on a value, on a transfer? That's not a sale. That property was never listed. It's not a sale. By Georgia Real Estate Commission law, it is not a sale. Second, a sale constitutes it being closed through a closing attorney. It's escrow title change. It's title exchange. Closing attorney never touched this. A HUD settlement and an alter settlement was never provided because it was a quitclaim deed. So who on this board orchestrated this highest level of scam to take a quitclaim deed and utilize it as a valuation to get paid a 10% commission? That is defrauding this board as well as these taxpayers' dollars.
Madam, may I respond? Because I just feel like you were looking at me during the whole thing. I share your outrage. I absolutely share your outrage. I did not know about this until earlier this week. So who authorized the payment?
Exactly.
So Dr. Adedarian did.
I understand Dr. Adedarian probably authorized the payment, but he probably did it out of professional fees. But this is not a professional fee. This is a commission
Dr.
that's
Adid-
based upon a sale.
Yeah, and
So we just can't use Dr. Adediran as a scapegoat.
Don't put him on there. Dr.
Don't do that.
Adediran received, and I did call Dr. Adediran because this is
Okay,
very
hold one
disturbing.
second. Okay,
Madam
hold one
Chair?
second. Okay,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I apologize.
let's,
I called
our
Dr.
voice.
Adediran because this is very disturbing to me. I also talked to Mr. Hooker. The only reason that that was paid was because this contract that was executed on September 4th, 2024, was included with the document. Okay, so basically, the city manager paid it, which it's not the city manager's job to go through all the BIDA minutes and everything else, and Brian was not even here on September 4th, 2024. Okay, he did not come here until November. So basically, we had no executive director, we had no economic development director. BIDA was AWOL doing whatever they wanted to do and not following the charter for BIDA or the rules for BIDA. City manager receives an agreement, which he sees it executed by the chair of BIDA, that was never voted on by the BIDA board. He doesn't check to see that. And I mean, we've got a wonderful new city manager here. And what she's got already, since she's been here, she's had loads and loads of check requests and things come before her desk. I seriously doubt that she's had the opportunity to investigate every single check. What she expects is when that check request arrives on her desk, that it's been properly vetted before it got there. So, because otherwise she'd spend 15 hours of her day going through each and every one. And I'm sure she's thorough, and I don't have to, but I'm saying I believe Miss Miller is thorough. But this is what the whole job is. When you have boards, when you have a board and you have a document that shows that a contract has been executed, there is the assumption that in order for a contract to be executed, that it has been approved by the board, because that is what the legal way of doing things. So I beg to differ with the mayor, who is also a lawyer, who has no concerns about a contract that was executed in the name of BIDA. It has the Business Industrial Development Authority on it, and the Business Industrial Development Authority had not a thing to do with it. As an attorney or a defender of the law, I would definitely expect her not only to be outraged about the fact that we can't find contracts from 2022, I also would expect her to, in 2023, since she was on BIDA, I'm speaking, that you would have even let the BIDA board be aware that a new contract had been executed by the city of College Park, executed a contract that involved BIDA, that BIDA never saw. And to me, professional courtesy, specifically since BIDA is the one that is doing the transactions, BIDA should have known.
Right.
So I can understand even how a contract may have come up in September of 2024, because there was no contract between BIDA, no contract of this sort between BIDA and Keller Williams. So I can understand how there was an interest in doing that. My concern is the process is that the board was not notified.
Okay. Let me hear from
as a practicing attorney, I didn't say that I was not concerned about it at all. But for this particular situation, I'm much more concerned about what happened in January of 2022 and what was controlling at that time. And this was a situation that dragged out all the way into 2025. And I do find it very troubling that no matter who is sitting in the city manager's chair, that they wouldn't review a contract to see when it was pending, to see when it actually took effect, especially for a transaction of this magnitude. I think that is truly problematic. And I don't know all the things that went into it, but I do have one email from February 9th from Ms. Menzies to Dr. Adediran, and it reads, "Good afternoon, Prince. I was very upset Friday afternoon. because I felt very disrespected by the interim ED because in the over 15 years of working, I've never been spoken to like that or accused of being unethical And although I know that I am new to the interim economic director, I was very offended. Sir, I do not have to lie, cheat, or steal. Please believe me when I say God is good to me. The interim ED's dispute seems to hinge on the interpretation of our contract and the scope of what he thinks constitutes a deed transfer for compensation purposes. He is a broker, yes, but has not ever handled a project of this size, and that is the main area where he lacks understanding. Referencing the contract language, the contract specifies that compensation is tied to closings, deed transfers, or condemnation suits. The transfer of parcels to the Business Industrial Development Authority qualifies as a deed transfer, as ownership of the parcels changed hands regardless of the governmental nature of the entities involved. There is no specific language in the contract excluding intergovernmental transfers, so it is reasonable to assume that all deed transfers qualify for compensation. In fact, we were previously already paid on a few parcels that was transferred to BIDA from the City of College Park in the past, and there was no issue. These were intergovernmental, so there's a precedent of payment already for these. 3, our role in the transfer. The economic director claims we did not perform a real estate-related task. We have facilitated the acquisition process and ensured compliance with the city's goals since 2017. Even if the deed transfer was primarily executed by a legal team, our broader involvement in the acquisition project, title review, negotiations, etc., contributed to all transactional success and cannot be enumerated. Additionally, the contract does not stipulate that we must personally handle every aspect of the deed transfer for payment. The result, a deed transfer, triggers compensation, not specific steps taken to achieve it. 4, ethics. Our invoicing aligns with our understanding of the contract and our actions are in good faith. There is no intent to overreach or claim compensation for tasks not covered under the agreement. We are acting transparently. We are willing to resolve the issue through dialogue, but we would also like the city to be fair to us as well and pay us as agreed. 5, proposed resolution. We are willing to amend the contract for future transactions if there is a need to do so, but for current transactions, the existing language and precedent should apply. I welcome the opportunity to talk and continue our long-standing relationship with the city. Respectfully, Nicole Menzies. Mr. Hooker, I have a question in relation to that email. Did Dr. Adediran discuss this matter with you after February 9th, 2025, to your recollection?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I was
Hold
next.
on. Okay, hold 1 second. Okay, Ms. Jefferson first.
Okay.
I recognize that the former city manager may have acted out of turn, but I think that the larger issue here is the fact that there was a contract signed in September the 4th, 2024 by the former chair, Tracy Wyatt, for the board. And in this contract, this is the exact same contract, buyer's brokerage agreement, that was signed by you, Mayor, in 2023. It's the exact same contract. And that quantified the city manager for making that payment. But it clearly states in Section 1, exclusive right to represent in consideration of the services to be rendered by broker to client. Client hereby appoints broker as its sole and exclusive broker in the lease or purchase of real property and to perform brokerage services defined hereafter for client. Client represents that client has not entered into a tenant/buyer representation agreement with any broker or has terminated any previous tenant or broker representation and agreement. Keywords here, lease or purchase, not a quick claim deed transfer. Section 3, no obligation to purchase or lease. Client, which is BIDA, shall be under no obligation whatsoever to lease or agree to lease any tract of real estate, of real property submitted by client by broker. Not under no obligation. So that letter from Nicole Menzies, that's irrelevant. The contract that was signed in September 24 clearly stated it was for purchases and it was for leases, not quitclaim deeds. That's a violation and their invoice to this city to get paid off of quitclaim deeds. That is the issue that we have at hand here. How that payment was processed, that's not the issue. The issue is they got paid not on a sale, but on a quitclaim deed transfer. And that is not the contract that the former chair signed. So that payment was paid in error. So I need to understand, as Attorney Wiley, what is our recourse as a board?
I think we'll talk about it a little bit. Maybe some others have questions, but I would definitely answer your question.
Okay.
I think there may have been some more discussion, but I'll answer your question.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, I
Mayor Pro
have.
Tem, and then I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. I think the letter that the mayor read, and I'm asking that you send the entire board a copy of that letter because we don't have it. I'm also requesting, Mr. Hooker, that we get a breakdown of the invoice so we can see, because we're talking about stuff that we don't necessarily have in front of us. You don't have to give it to us now, but if we could get that later. The contract that the mayor executed in 2023 that the city council approved, which was a tenant buyer exclusive representation, meaning the BIDA board has never, ever, 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 ever voted on a tenant buyer exclusive representation agreement. And I want that to be very, very clear. Again, like I said, I don't have a problem. I'm not saying I'm not blaming Keller Williams for anything, okay? I'm talking about what the city of College Park and what BIDA, in the name of BIDA, has been executed. So what the mayor signed that the city council voted on, in the commission section, it says the client shall pay the broker a commission for each transaction which the client obtains the legal interest to any tract of real property identified in Exhibit A of the agreement. For each transaction in which the purchase price paid by the client is less than $15,000, the amount to be paid by the client to the broker as a commission for each said transaction will be $1,500 for each transaction in which the purchase price paid exceeds $15,000. The amount of the commission to be paid by the client to the broker should be in an amount equal to 10%. And there's no mention the only thing we're hearing in this contract that the city council approved, and let me just make sure I don't miss anything else, is simply for a purchase price. This is 2023. Now, this agreement that was signed in September of 2024, it's a different horse of a different color. In the commission section here, it says the broker, the client, which is us, shall pay the broker a commission equal to 10% of the purchase price or 10% of the appraised value when the transaction involves eminent domain, a land swap, deed transfer, or any other exchange between entities or persons. That is not in the 2023 contract. So a contract is executed, and the reason I'm glad the mayor read the letter, because the brokers had the right to be upset because they're thinking they've entered into a contract on September 4th that would allow them to go back and get all of those monies, because the September 4th contract reads differently than what was executed in 2023. So, and this is the contract, the one that was signed by BIDA, but wasn't BIDA. This is what Dr. Adedarian was given. So when you send an invoice and you read that this is the contract, why the city would not pay? My issue, again, is that we never agreed to this. I'm not blaming y'all. I'm talking about doing things the legal way.
All right, thank you. Okay, Vice Chair.
So, Madam Mayor, you're asking about a contract that you've never received, right?
Yes, sir. I'm asking for a contract that would have controlled at the time of this transaction.
That's right. So, Phyllis or Nicole, do y'all have a copy of that contract? I'm sorry?
That would have covered January of '22.
Can y'all stand at front, someone?
Never worked without a contract. It is against the real estate law to work without a
Is at some point, can you provide us with the contract that the mayor is talking about? Or you following what the contract the mayor's asking for? 2022?
She said she didn't have it.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
So-
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on a second, hold on. Finish. Vice Chair, you finish?
No. So, I'm not gonna, seem like at least a couple people wanna put blame on everybody, on nobody but me, but that's fine. I'll take whatever responsibility I have. But under no circumstances, if work was done in 2022 or 23, if a contract was signed in 24, that contract is not retroactive. So somebody should have been smart enough to know when a 22 invoice is sent up and they got a 2024 contract, they should have looked at something. And so the 10%, as mentioned by several, was already in a contract. But I'm not gonna sit here and try to defend anything. Just know that the $471,000 for things that happened in 2022, 23 had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the 2024 contract.
Madam Chair.
I'm not gonna go back and forth, so.
Madam Chair, I'm asking for a thorough investigation. There is hearsay being passed here in this meeting. First of all, I am going to say I was on BIDA for 5 years. The only contract that we executed through 2022 with Keller Williams was a broker, a listing agent contract. The first time that we are aware, and that just happened for us this week, of a tenant buyer exclusive. So yes, there was a contract signed in 2021. It was a listing contract that was signed, that was also voted on, okay? And then in 2022, that contract was renewed. So yes, in 2022, the only contract, like I said, I already had things passed to me in 2022 that were illegal, that I refused to sign. And went through a lot for that, but I stood for right then, I'm gonna stand for it now. Okay? What I'm saying is that if there's a compensation that is given from 2022, there is no documentation of a tenant buyer exclusive representation agreement for 10%. And even with that, what I'm understanding from what Board Member Jefferson is saying is that those things that were paid for in that $471,000 invoice include things that were not in the 2023 contract. I want everybody, because see, people like to convolute things. I've been saying the same thing since I started. My issue is that a contract was, and I want everybody who's watching to hear, a contract was executed.
Recording stopped.
A contract was executed, okay, that was not voted on. And that contract is different from any contract that had been voted on. And it appears as though payment was made based on the contract that was executed illegally and not the contract that was executed legally. And before the contract for a tenant buyer exclusive, yes, there is a contract that exists from 2022, but it is not what was signed in 2024.
Okay, all right. We'll
Madam
get one
Chair.
more.
Madam Chair.
We're gonna have to move on.
The date of the invoice.
Oh, okay.
What's the Date of the invoice. Can
What's
we
the
clarify?
date of the invoice?
February the 11th, 2024.
Come here, Ms. Jefferson and, Mr. Wallen, we're gonna.
Yes. As Mayor Pro Tem McKenzie stated, year 2022 in the contract, that's irrelevant. That's not in question here. They had a listing agreement in 2022. That's totally different. And if people don't understand real estate, you have one side, you have the seller side. That's the listing agreement. Then the other side, you have the buyer side. What they did differently versus 2023, they enter into a buyer brokerage agreement. The same buyer brokerage agreement that they entered into in 2024 without this board's acknowledgement, but the difference they added in 2024, they could get paid off of land swaps. That never came before this board, and that was signed by the former chair, which never should have been done. But they didn't bill in 2020. They didn't bill in 2021. They didn't bill in 2023, but they billed in 2024 for all those land swaps, those quitclaim deeds that had already been processed. You can't do that. So granted, I know you guys may need a scapegoat and you want it to be on the former city manager. This is not the former city manager. He has some play into it, but this is the former chair signing a contract that wasn't approved by this board, and this is the realtors and brokerage that got paid on a buyer's brokerage agreement for land swaps. That is incorrect. Okay. So that contract in 2024 is not a valid contract because this board never voted on it. And that payment that was done in 2020, it was done in February 2025? Mm-hmm. It's an invalid payment. And that's why I need to understand from Attorney Wiley, what is our recourse?
Okay, I'm gonna let Mr. Ed, and we're gonna hear from Attorney Wiley, and we're gonna move on.
So Mr. Hooker talked tonight about having tighter controls and spending controls and that sort of thing. I've known Tracy Wyatt for 20 some odd years. And twice now, it looks like he's trusted somebody and they got him to sign something that wasn't approved. One was the Second Amendment on Creed. And he signed that contract, that Second Amendment, and the BIDA board had not approved it. And it came up at the meeting and the BIDA board did not approve it. They ultimately came back and did do it. On this particular transaction, I have talked to Chairman Wyatt. He took the representation of Keller Williams that he was signing a contract that was exactly like the one that was before. And I don't think he meant any harm, and that's my perspective.
Madam Chair, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not insinuating that anybody meant any harm, but if you sign something that you shouldn't have signed one time without board approval, you shouldn't sign it again, something new without board approval.
Mayor Pro Tem, wait, Attorney Wiley.
Okay, so a lot has been stated tonight, and I can see how issues, it seems that we're interchanging. You got the city contracts, you have BIDA contracts. We'll put that in quotations. If it was not approved by this board, it is not a legal contract. The only way a contract can be legal is that it is approved in public session by majority of this body for a contract to be legal and to have legal, binding legal obligations. I would like, and I propose, that I get the information that Mr. Wall has compiled in his financial report. I get the contracts, and I do think the 2022 contractual state is relevant in the entire scheme of things as we go down the road to say what are the options. And then I will make recommendations to this body in a privileged memo to you all based upon those findings. And I would ask that you allow me to have 10 business days to complete that report. It will be thorough, and it will have all of the information that's been discussed tonight and maybe some other information that I deem relevant to the inquiries. And I see two inquiries here. One is, the nature of the signing of the contract, and then the other is the payment, the process for the 10% at all. So the propriety of the payment and the nature of the contracts, all of those will be a part of my formal report to this body.
So, and if I could take everybody to 126 in the packet, I want to do the 26 budget, then my presentation will be done, and I apologize for causing so much trouble.
You still making a presentation?
Yeah, I got to do the 26 budget. I apologize for making y'all go through it. 126 in the packet. And so I presented to you the 35,000 foot level. This is the detail for you. You can see the pilot incomes at 2,635,000. The sales of land is a big thing, 10,269,000. Madam Pro Tem and I laughed that this would be our 4th year budgeting it. Other rental income is 1,125,000. That's the rent payments, the 1/8 to 1% fees, that kind of thing. Federal grants, miscellaneous income, the interest earnings. So you can see a total of 15,918,000. Now you know most of that 10 million is sale of land. Then we can see the line items. Telephone, 94,000. The R&M distribution, that's the SkyTrain. I ain't gonna say APM anymore. Turn to the page, packet page 127. You can see dues at 5,000.
What's his telephone, 94,000?
I'm satisfied it's some internal accounting of internet, telephone,
Computers, yeah.
computers,
all
the
that
whole,
stuff falls under
it's
telephone.
an allocation done by finance. It does seem ridiculous. doesn't it?
Subscription to software, all of that falls under this budget.
That's one number we can't change, so it seems like it's some kind of allocation done by finance, like they would the pension cost, you know, or something like that.
Pro rata share of.
Pro rata share.
Of internet, all of that, cell phones.
So, we good to go, Dr. Williams? Packet 127, dues 5,000, subscription 10,000, convention 68,000, meetings, sales and marketing 65. You see, and by the way, Brian had big input, and the chairwoman did, in meeting with finance and Dr. Adediran when he was here, 250,000. That's a big cut from this fiscal year 25. Audit fees, 5,000, appraisals, 30,000, survey fees, 30,000. All that was based on previous year's experience. Municipal planning, 25,000. The paying agent fees for the bonds, 15,000. Demolition, 30,000. Miscellaneous, 20,000. Contractual services, 120,000. And the contingency was a catch-all, you know, from the land sales. And then we got postage, stationery, land purchase costs, and you see the bond payments. So we got a balanced budget, 15,260,000. One thing that's not in here is an executive director. You all have a choice, and we've talked about it, the chairwoman lady and I have, along with LaTanya and Brian, is to ask the mayor and council before they adopt the budget next week to include you an executive director in here, or once this budget is done, to reappropriate money in here and get you an executive director. You all badly need an intergovernmental contract with the city if you don't want the city to just be doing what they've been doing and just cutting checks on your behalf.
We won't be.
So that's my presentation. It is a question to y'all. What do you want to do about your own executive director?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have a question. Is it possible to hold any services from Keller Williams until you have finished your investigation or whatever needs to be done?
That would be.
Because we need to know what we're working with here. We don't.
Well, it seems like there's no contract at issue right now, but I don't know if there are any, Brian would know if there are any things going on that's down the pike. I don't know that. I wouldn't know that.
we have Project Extra under contract where they're representing us as a listing agent, listing brokerage. We were seeking to launch the East of Maine that was presented to you all in April. So those are two things where we're working with.
And in those contracts, the commission is spelled out, so the commission would be determined not by any kind of contracts. It would be the percentage that's stated within the PSA that we develop. And I think it may be 5%,
Well,
I think.
The Project
correct?
Extra commission is 5% plus a bonus commission on a land swap.
Yes, that little, yes, a small,
And
yes.
The East of Maine, we haven't, we were looking to enter into a broader brokerage agreement where the East of Maine project would be the first project assigned out of that brokerage agreement. So we've negotiated that, but we did not bring that to the board today.
So by us not having a valid brokerage agreement, how do we move forward?
Well, I
with the
think,
services?
right, I don't think that anything that's already under a PSA and those commissions that are in there where Keller Williams was our broker and it's in the contract, if those close in between now and the next time you all meet, then we have to pay those out, and that's 5%. It's not, it's gonna be based on the actual sale price, the purchase price.
Which is understandable.
Anything else that could be going down the pike, I think that would be something the executive director could put a pause on, and he would best be able to talk about the viability of doing that until we get this report done and my recommendations to this body, which I need 10 business days, is my guess. So it won't be long.
Okay.
I wanted to let you all have some words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been like very difficult to hear. There's a lot of miscommunication that's going on. There are a lot of internal processes that are extremely confusing to us. We have been on the acquisitions for the 6 Plus project since 2017. We have been continuously engaged in this project. When you have a development and you are acquiring over 100 parcels, you aren't just gonna do closings. The language in the 2024 contract isn't a new service. It's clarifying the services that we've been providing. When you're doing acquisitions of this nature and this large, you are going to do it by deed transfers. You are gonna do it by regular closings, swaps, condemnation. All of these services that we've been providing since, except for the condemnation, which is new, since 2017, okay? I'm not sure, the 10% has always been 10%, always, you know? So that was hard to hear. Like, I don't know how that, we don't even have to talk about the listening agreement. We just need, the big consensus here is on these acquisitions that we've been doing. Now, the other part about it is the contract that we signed 2024 came in front of the BIDA chair because we didn't have an economic director that we were dealing with directly, because there were so many changing of the hands all the time. We always, as a vendor to the city, we always follow what we are told to do. Why, the question came up, why did the mayor sign one of the agreements? Well, that's what we were told then. Like, we don't know the internal workings. So then later, it became that BIDA is signing it. Okay, we're gonna do what we're gonna say. We've been completely transparent throughout this whole time for the past 7 years. What we're working on is not a surprise to anybody. So our understanding, because this has been a continuous project, like it's not let up ever, right? We clarified the language in the 2024 agreement. Whatever deed transfers happened under our purview. And that is how all of this has happened. We welcome questions, but saying that we've been unethical when so many hands were involved, so many people approved, these services and these payments? No.
And we don't have billable hours, okay? The attorney has billable hours. So when we've gone downtown to work on these deeds he's transferred with the city of Atlanta, we didn't have billable hours. So when you got billable hours from the attorney, y'all paid them, okay? Our time on going to the city of Atlanta, working with Fulton County, and then there was a deed swap. Okay, that was our way of getting compensated because we do not do billable hours like the attorney in which y'all paid the billable hours. And we were working with them at the same time.
And I also want to add that this isn't the first time that this has happened. This has been paid and approved internally before. It's not the first invoice. So we're just sitting here, when we got the call yesterday, absolutely confused. Brian, when he did come on board, he did ask for clarification on some of the agreements. We provided everything. We didn't hear anything else internally. The next thing that we heard was, hello, hey, come pick up your check. So we're just saying that we've been transparent this whole time. We do as we are told to do. Leadership changes hands all the time, so does the procedures. That was how the former BIDA chair, came to signing the new contract because we didn't have an economic director to present it. So I don't know if that was a new authority or not. But what I'm saying to you is we don't know. We just do what we're told. We put it in front of who we're supposed to execute it. We're not defrauding. We're not swindling. None of these things.
It's not worth it. Our integrity is.
There's a lack of understanding here.
Madam Chairman.
Okay, I'm gonna let the attorney speak first.
I just have two questions for you all and two requests that I will ask. One, can you all agree to send to me all of the contracts from, I don't care whether it was a listing agreement, a tenant broker agreement from 2022 all the way up to the present?
Okay.
And that includes whether it was with the city of College Park or whether it was with BIDA. And if
Okay.
y'all could get that to me by Friday, that would be very good. The second question I have is, in 2020, the invoice date, February 11, 2024.
That was a typo. It's 2025.
So the invoice at issue, the $471,000 invoice, was dated February 11, 2025, and not 2024.
No, right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
The subject of the work that was done to support that invoice, what year was the work actually done?
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
It's totally ongoing. There is, and this is how we're also notified too. We have your special counsel who lets us know, usually we check in, hey, we have a group. Have these been transferred or not? What are we doing? Yes, they've been transferred.
What I'm gonna do is have Attorney Wiley to reach out to you all, and then you all can, coordinate that.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'm just gonna and then we're gonna move on.
Okay. And I want to clarify to Nicole and Phyllis. This is why I've been really trying to be clear. This, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with you. I agree that you all are just continuing business with whatever way the city of College Park has you to do it, okay? And being that I was on BIDA since 2018, I've seen the work. I don't have a problem with the amount of money that you all received, okay? Because I've seen you all work for years and through the COVID pandemic. So I want to be very, very clear that my issue is not with you. My issue is with the way this was executed. It was not fair to you. Now, hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. And there's certain people here at this table that have tried to turn this into a 2022 issue when I was the chair. And I know where they're trying to go with that. But you just made it very clear that that amount of money was not about services rendered in 2022. This was services that have been ongoing, okay? So let's be clear, this is not about that. Now, the other piece is, when you give us the copies of these contracts, what would be interesting to me to see, do you all have contracts that were executed by the BIDA executive director without the BIDA board's involvement? Or were your contracts always the result of a board vote? Okay, because I don't know what Artie Jones did, I don't know what Michelle Alexander did, but I know that as far as the BIDA board, we voted on your listing agreements. So it'd be interesting to me to see if there is a tenant buyer exclusive, to see who executed that. And that might bring us some clarity as to why Chairman Wyatt did it, even though he signed the contract as the BIDA chair. If he was acting as the BIDA executive director, because we didn't have one at that time, that's a different story. So we need to, but still, it should have been brought to BIDA's attention, okay? So I'm not implying that you all have done anything incorrect, but I do want you all to understand that there is a difference between the contract from 2023, okay, and 2024. Okay, the contract that was signed by the mayor and the council in 2023 does not involve land swaps. The contract in 2024 has a lot more things, a lot more teeth in it.
Okay, and we're gonna, make sure that Attorney Wiley look into the rest. We're gonna move on. Thank you. Next we have the engage. Well, no, we got. Oh no, we got other issues first. We got other issues. Okay.
The other issue I had surrounding workforce development is something that I hope that we can have a conversation about in our August training. It's part of the Development Authority's mission to promote development other than just selling land. And I would like us, after we pay off our debts to various funds, to think about future sales, setting aside a percentage of them for a workforce development fund. And to sort of think carefully about that and sort of dive into it a little bit more and think about how we might be able to broaden our impact as a development authority. I recently went to a conference in San Antonio, and they have a program called Ready to Work. And that program provides wraparound services and support for people who are in need of workforce development in the city of San Antonio. And they are able to meet the needs, whether it's childcare, even some emergency expenses that come up, because certainly we recognize that if someone's $300 short, they may not be able to continue their education. So I think there's more that we can do as a development authority, and as we move into this next phase of developing 6 West and selling other land that the development authority owns, I think that we should think very carefully about that and perhaps make a commitment in that direction. And so I'd like to have a broader discussion about it, but I just wanted to gauge what the body thought of even pursuing that conversation.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think workforce development is great for BIDA to consider. I do believe that that's a process that's going to take us some time, because we have to sell land. If it's based on land sales, we got to sell some land. So I don't object to it. However, I do also believe that that is something that economic development should be pursuing as well. And I'm already working with our director from my community enhancements in 2025, 2026 to allocate up to $100,000 for workforce development programs in the city of College Park. I think the need is great. So therefore, if BIDA can look at this down the road, it's still going to be a down the road. But with Job Corps being in in a dilemma right now. We need to have some services immediately. So I think it's a great idea, but it needs to be worked out, and maybe we'll get there somewhere 9-10 months down the road. So I think it's something great to work on, but I also believe that we need something right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
If I might have the opportunity to clarify.
Okay, I'll let you clarify and then we're going to get Dr. Williams.
I think it's important to start talking about setting up a structure, because this is not a program that I'm thinking would be something that would be for a couple of months or maybe a year. This is a long-term effort by the Development Authority that I would be proposing. And so the structure of that and the mechanics of that, I think we should talk about as soon as we can to try to see what, if there's other programs that we might be able to emulate, and also just, it would take additional funds. I'm talking about a multi-million-dollar effort here as we move forward. So that level of commitment, what makes sense to the Development Authority if you're interested in it to engage upon that.
Okay. All right, Dr. Williams.
So I'm glad we're coming around to that idea. I love this because I do believe we can attract workforce-related industries to College Park because we have so much land. And right now we're so focused on 6 West that we're ignoring the other parcels of land where this workforce development program would benefit from. So I would like to put out to Mr. Hooker to maybe look at other cities. For instance, when we went to Savannah, we met all these different development authorities who they figured it out. And so if we could figure out for ourselves the different technical schools or whatever it is that would be interested in buying land here in College Park that is not attached to 6 West. And we could utilize those industries to develop our workforce. And in turn, would probably be able to build attainable housing. Like, there's so much that's connected to workforce development. So if we could actually start now at looking at attracting other than 6 West developers, I think would be on the right path.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to thank you all for that. Okay, next thing we're going to do the engagement letter. What we have on the agenda is for Ed Wall, Piper, Sandler companies.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to make sure that the attorney looked it over.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes, sir, I did. So, okay. Yes, sir, I am. My only question is, so that contract is from 2016. And so the bond rating and everything has been updated since 2016 because it didn't seem like it.
Yes, ma'am. You mean the credit rating?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. The Moody's and S&P normally update us once a year.
Okay.
But they haven't done it for 2 years, and I just wait for them to call me. But we're rated AA.
Got it. So, but in the contract, it still has 2016.
So it's been a one-page extension of the document from 16, but
Okay.
actually the contract goes all the way back to 1992.
Oh, okay, got you. So maybe I didn't see this piece.
So it's
Okay.
just a
Got it.
one-page extension.
I see. Okay, got you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed.
We've already did the PMG. And, woo, woo, woo. You know what, I'm gonna say my words. I'm gonna say my little words.
Oh, that's right.
I gotta say my little words. I gotta say.
About your first bite of meat.
What I would like to do though,
I'm gonna have a drink of liquor when I get home. You.
I want to add something of you because, Reverend Wallace, you said we doing my work tonight. Could you lead us out in prayer?
Give you all my background tape.
So we can close?
Sure, I'm definitely.
All right, you just get up there and pray. You gotta be short now.
Our minds clear. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we just thank you and we bless your name. We give you all the glory, honor, and praise due your name. Lord, we just we come before you right now, Lord, just thanking you for just another opportunity to come together. Lord, even in the midst of contention, we thank you that your sovereignty is still present. And so, God, we pray now, oh God, that even as we prepare to go our separate ways, that we're always mindful of why we're here. And that is for the betterment and a better quality of life for not just ourselves, but for the residents of this great city. Lord, we thank you that your hand is continuing to be upon each and every one of us, Lord. We pray now that, as we go our separate ways, that we all go, oh God, with clarity, oh God, but also with a question in our minds and our hearts, oh God, how can we be better? How can we do better? And how can we listen to your voice even in the midst of contention, chaos, and confusion? Lord, we thank you because you reign. You reign, you're sovereign, and you're everything that we need. And so, Lord, as we yield to you in your sovereignty, Lord, we ask that you would be the hand that guides us in everything that we do, that your voice would reign supreme, that you would speak through us, oh God, so that we can move and execute according to your governance, your kingdom governance, not just the governance of man, but the governance of the hand of God. And so we thank you and we bless your name. We pray a special anointing on each leader that is present in this place tonight. Lord, we pray a special anointing on every heart and every mind that tuned into the live stream, oh God. Oh God, while we're touching on it, Lord, can you just bless them in the place of their need, whatever it is that they stand in need of, whatever it is that they have a desire for, oh God, that you would just anoint them in that place right now, God. And Lord, we thank you. We give you all the glory. We give it to you in advance, oh God, not just for what you're doing, but the things that you're getting ready to do. And we pray it now in your son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Meeting adjourned.